All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
Clue up! Clue up! Ahoy aloft! Bring it all in!
Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. To celebrate the game's 10th anniversary, Phase 6 is a story focus. The music is turned off on purpose. So that the dialogue can be heard in cutscenes and analysing it, stopping the cutscene in the middle of it to talk about stuff, all that kind of thing. The last thing I did in the game, in terms of the story, we'll go over soon, but I just want to showcase what I've actually done off-stream. Nothing related to story has been done off-stream, haven't exited the Animus to come across any potential dialogue I wanted to on stream, anything like that. All I've done is grind for resources to upgrade the Jackdaw. It's not fully upgraded, and I don't intend to fully upgrade it for this playthrough. I just need it upgraded enough so that I don't have to worry about on-stream grinding for resources to upgrade the ship. So I've already gone through and upgraded it to its fullest hull armor without getting the elite hull. I'm not going to worry about that, as I said, but I got the hull armor upgraded to that level. Broadside cannons, I'd like to upgrade them a bit more, but I don't need to stop and do that on stream to grind for that. Chase cannons fully upgraded. Don't need to get the full ram strength. Same with the round shot strength. Chain shot strength is already full. Don't need to get the elite mortar plan. Swivel strength, same. Don't need to get the elite plan for that for this playthrough. And heavy shot, don't need that. Fully upgraded. So that's all I did off stream. Hey, Mr. Goatee. Hey there, Kenway. Welcome on in. We're only up to sequence 5. I thought I was up to sequence 6 or something. But only up to sequence 5. And then sequence 6. Hey there, Tech. How's it going? You see Black Flag sequence 6. Oh. Sequence 6 is when we go diving for medicines, and then it's sequence 7 where we're actually landlocked by the story. So I was also going to be doing the Templar hunts as part of this playthrough too, as part of the story. Mainly though, the ones that have assassins that Edward actually meets in the story. Like there's the brothers that you meet, but Edward doesn't meet them in the actual game story though. But there are assassin characters that Edward can meet during the Templar hunt missions that he will actually meet in the story. So I want to make sure that I also get those. But I think what I should do is finish sequence 5 and then exit the Animus if it doesn't automatically do that for me, and then cover present day stuff in there as well. So that's what we'll do. I'll just recap what happened in the previous sequence. Oh, that's good, Tech. I'm glad that you're going well. I'm going pretty good. Mr. Goatee, you're home for 10 days and you can't choose what to finish off for your games because you panic played everything. Yeah. I guess the best thing to do is, whichever one you're in the mood for. Whichever one that when you look at it and you think about it, you're like, I could play this. Last sequence recap. Sequence 4, Retribution, in which we saw the maxim, as ye reap, so shall ye sow, play out in full, for it was here that Edward Kenway learned the consequences of his actions in Havana, and here he discovered the allegiance of his friend, James Kidd, to the assassins, and here he learned that the maps he sold to the Templars in Havana named assassin encampments throughout the West Indies, and here he found the assassins were none too pleased with this betrayal, and in consequence of these actions, Edward was compelled by Kidd's mentor, Artabai, to explore the depths of a Mayan temple, whereupon he spied a statue of the so-called sage, further deepening the mystery of this man. After which, Edward helped the assassins defend their camp against a Templar-funded attack perpetrated by the slaver Lorenz Prinz, whereupon the assassins thanked Edward, yet barred him from their order. Kenway Artabai, that's him. Mr. Goatee, AC Mirage, Armored Core 6, Alan Wake 2, those are your options, and most are like 20 to 40% in. I got you, dude, yeah. I mean, if you're looking for a game that was shorter out of those, I can't speak to Armored Core 6, but I know that Alan Wake 2 is a pretty lengthy game, but I would say that it's not as long as Mirage is. So if you're looking from a perspective of, which one would probably take the least amount of time, then maybe Mirage for that aspect. But yeah, if you really, really want to get to the end of Alan Wake 2's story, then it'd probably be best to do that one. And the previous memories in sequence 5, hearing that the Templar Torres plans to pick up a large shipment of gold from a nearby fort, Edward and Adewale decide to attack, and this is the one that we're currently in. Traveling salesman. Using Torres and his gold as bait, Edward hopes to reveal the location of the sage and rescue him from the slave trader Lorenz Prinz. So we need to go to Havana for that. And just need to double check database entries before we go. Okay, there is a people update. Just want to get the exclamation marks away from these other ones. There we go. Let's have a look at the people categories. Drunkards, don't need to read about that. Charles Vane, definitely need to read about him. Let's go to my document that I'm helping keep track of stuff with. Alright. Charles Vane. You managed to beat Modern Warfare 3. Oh, good, Mr. Gote, that's good. Charles Vane, born 1680 in England, died not yet. A common refrain in any biography of Golden Age pirates goes something like this. Very little is known about this man's early life, and with Charles Vane, it's no different. We don't know where he was born, or where he grew up, or when he first took to sea. But maybe that's just as well, for it further heightens the mystery of this strange, unstable man. Surely one of the most ornery and unstable of the flying gang, the band of pirates who called Nassau their home for a time, Charles Vane began his career like most pirates of the era. Honestly, as a privateer sailing for his king, likely living in Jamaica in 1715, he was one of many aboard Henry Jennings' assault on a Spanish expedition to recover the gold from their ill-fated wreck in 1715 off the coast of Florida. Barely a year later, it had become impossible to keep up honest work as a privateer, as British governors were skittish about breaking the terms of the Treaty of Utrecht, which called for a cessation of all aggression between the major empires. Having few other options, Vane sailed to Nassau, where many of his former colleagues were now living. Quick to anger and ferociously mean, Charles Vane quickly earned himself a reputation as a difficult captain to sail under. At some point in 1717 or 1718, an old friend, Calico Jack Rackham, joined his crew as quartermaster. The two remained partnered for some time, living and working out of Nassau with the likes of Benjamin Hornigold, Ed Thatch, and Henry Jennings. Alright, so we've read about him. Need to check later for updates. Okay, Edward Thatch is, of course, Blackbeard. It's so interesting because we meet Edward earlier in the story than this point, but it's not until he actually becomes known as Blackbeard or wants to call himself Blackbeard that they actually add the database entry. So Ed Thatch. Born 1680, England, died not yet. Known variously by different sources as Thatch, hang on, I could have sworn I've already read that, or maybe I read that in the previous thing, but it couldn't have been because I wasn't doing that. So maybe I did read it earlier, but didn't make note of it. Oh no, I already did. Okay, so for some reason it was updated. So the last thing that I read was when it said settling in Nassau, Thatch. So let's see if there's anything beyond that. No, so there's nothing new about that. I don't know why it pointed that out. Alright, now we've caught up with these database entries. Time to fast travel to Kingston to do the next mission. Music is turned off on purpose to amplify the dialogue for this story-focused playthrough. I don't have a direct spot to fast travel to Kingston. Actually, I should. Hang on. Because we've already actually been there. Just need to zoom in. Okay, but I can't directly fast travel to it. Can't fast travel to that, even though it says fast travel. We can fast travel here, though. Hey, Alameos. Welcome, how's it going? In this mission, Mary Read will actually be involved, and you can actually stick close to her during the tailing of Torres and Lawrence Prince. I don't think you can stick with her the whole time because it'll come up saying you're getting too close, too far away from the target. But I'm going to stay as close to Mary as possible to get any dialogue that might be said between her and Edward. Kenway Kingston looks so small from here. It does, yeah.
Look! I do not know who you seek, but by all that is holy, it is not me.
Captain Kenway,
Just in time. I'll see you back aboard.
God will surely burn you to a cinder.
God will surely burn you to a cinder, rogue.
They defiled the house.
They've
Suit you. Nothing to see here. Piss off.
Hey there, Star. How's things? Things are things, lol. Yeah, that is true.
all these.
Really?
Things are going well, Star. Things are going good, thanks.
Clearance time! Everything must go! Come!
Let's change Edward's outfit for this and restock on ammunition.
Bene, grazie amico.
Alright, now I'm ready to jump into the next mission.
Finally. Apparently they dug up some old crate.
I'm willing to drop the price of anything. Blinder, Hick, Haddock. If there's anything you need that I don't...
Here's how it goes. Torres meets with Prince, carrying a portion of the ransom, saying the rest is close behind. When we see the Sage, you bring in the rest of the gold, make the swap, and get out. I'll be watching all from close by.
No, Kenway, you run this scheme alone, at the risk of losing the faith of your crew. It makes me ill to think of you bartering with that wretched slaver.
Come on, mate. Once we have the Sage, we'll all be rich.
Not if young Master Kid gets to him first.
Alright, so I'm going to stop the cutscene there and talk about some stuff. Okay, so this is probably the first point in the story where we see Adewale being against the idea of what Edward is wanting to plan. And understandably so. In Adewale's mind, it seems to be a very bad thing to be bartering with a slave owner. And that's why he's telling his concerns to Edward. Edward is basically like, look, I just want to do this so we can get the money for us, kind of thing. And this is one of the things that, it doesn't cause a rift between Edward and Adewale. It doesn't cause them to be enemies or anything like that. But it's one of those moments where Adewale is sort of like questioning Edward to his face. But we don't know how long he might have been thinking things like this. But Adewale is, eventually going to become an assassin. And he's going to part ways with Edward because he feels that the assassins are where he wants to be. And they're fighting for the ideals that he wants to fight for and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Adewale goes on a journey as well with his character arc in this story too, as well as Edward. And he stays his quartermaster for a time, and in Freedom Cry DLC he talks about his time as a pirate and his time as quartermaster to Edward. And he mentions that he's grateful for the training that he received as a pirate because it has come in handy. So even though he left the pirate life behind, or he will leave it behind, he definitely doesn't regret the experiences that he was able to have and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, this is the first moment where Adewale and Edward have a little bit of a debate. Although I guess that might even be too strong a word to use here, but Adewale notices James Kidd is there, which is very interesting, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, Edward is very perceptive, but of course Edward has his back to where James Kidd is, so Mary is, so he doesn't know, but Adewale can see, you know, and notice. Which is interesting because if you think about, from Mary's perspective, being an assassin, she's trying to be incognito and not be recognized and stuff like that. But I wouldn't necessarily say that. I wouldn't necessarily think that it is her failing to do the social stealth very well. I would just see it as she probably already knows that Edward... Well, hang on, she might not already know that Edward's there, come to think of it, because of the dialogue that happens after this. I'll just have to wait and see until the dialogue happens. But yeah, Mary is here too, and Adewale notices, and he's like, you know, not if Captain Kidd gets to him first, kind of thing.
Kidd? Jesus. That lad's here to kill him.
Edward, what the hell are you doing here?
I'm tailing these men to the Sage. Can you hold off till he appears?
The Sage is here.
Aye. And Prince is leading us straight to him.
All right, Jesus. I'll stay my blade for a time, but not long.
We're losing a lot of time, and each man's on a share. We're all losing. He must... Oh, that's all right. Oh, that's all right. Oh, that's all right.
How long has it been since our last meeting, Senor Prince? A year?
Near 18 months. You first described this Roberts fellow to me in November of 1715.
Ah, see. Much has changed in that short time, you know. None called me governor, for instance, for I quit that post last year.
Ah, I was not aware.
You couldn't help it, could you, Kenway? Sticking your nose into things you can't understand.
You're making me nervous, kid. Keep your blades corked.
So many churches in Kingston.
Just my bloody luck.
Had the English at last
Two
taken to
major
converting their
targets,
slaves
and
to
I'm
the
kept from
Christian
killing
faith.
them both.
Ha!
Steady, Jim.
Convert
We're close.
them.
Don't worry.
God knows, Torres, there's none here so foolish as that.
Foolish? How do you mean?
Is it not a sin to enslave a fellow Christian? Therefore, to transmute a slave's soul from animal to man would be tantamount to inviting one's cattle to the dinner table.
Alright, so we'll lose track of Mary Read there.
We are nearly there.
Alright, so what I'm going to do, I need to do it this way so we can get all the dialogue. Because I was sticking with Mary through that whole part, dialogue that she was saying was overlapping dialogue that the villains are saying. So I want to make sure that I actually get the villains' dialogue without the other dialogue overlapping as well. So the game won't let me follow Mary any further than this point. It's throwing up the message on the screen about reduce your distance to your target. So I'll have to go back to them anyway. But that's as far as I can go. So I'm going to reload the checkpoint. And then I'll go from there. Kenway, is this the mission with the side objective of gonna kill the snipers? It is, yeah. Yeah, I'm not worried about that for this playthrough though.
Jim, hold off for God's sake.
Edward, what the hell are you doing here?
I'm tailing these men to the Sage. Can you hold off till he appears?
The Sage is here.
Aye. And Prince is leading us straight to him.
All right, Jesus. I'll stay my blade for a time, but not long.
Whatever he's...
What a strange fellow.
How long has it been since our last meeting, Senor Prince? A year?
Near 18 months. You first described this Roberts fellow to me in November of 1715.
That's all right. He must have taken that up.
Ah, see. Much has changed in that short time, you know. None call me governor, for instance, for I quit that post last year.
Ah, I was not aware.
Will no one come and show me how a proper man loves a woman?
So many churches in Kingston. Have the English at last taken to converting their slaves to the Christian faith?
Ha! Convert them? God knows, Torres. There's none here so foolish as that.
Foolish? How do you mean?
Is it not a sin to enslave a fellow Christian? Therefore, to transmute a slave's soul from animal to man would be tantamount to inviting one's cattle to the dinner table.
Forgive my impatience, but how far is it yet?
We are nearly there.
You've a bloody nerve. Be careful.
I'm also a cook magnifique. My teeth and Congo is famous for me.
Stand your ground, slave, and face corporal punishment like a man. Why act like a man now, when you have denied me that right for 30 years?
I find your bearing appalling, Prince. I believe all thinking, feeling men deserve respect and opportunity.
Ah, you Spaniards. Your long ties to the Moors have diluted your blood and softened your hearts.
This is not to say I believe in the natural equality of all races or sexes. Surely men with talent and intelligence should lead. But there is no true profit to be gained by the practice of slavery. In the short term, it makes us money, see. But in the long term, it will render us the victims of our own success.
Ah, but you and I, sir, old as we are, will not live to see that unfortunate day. So why bother? Watch where you step, boy!
For virtue, if nothing else.
Virtue? Oh, Torres. I have no wish to waste my day chattering about slaves and their pitiable condition. Let us conclude this transaction, then celebrate as friends.
Nothing to it.
Go!
Other stories about you, Truson. You were a governor in Florida for a time.
Yeah.
See. I am one of a number of civil servants in my family. A long line of politicians.
I have always toyed with the idea of entering politics myself. Only I feel I have too much money and not enough years.
Speaking of stories, Prince, I've heard it said you were with Henry Morgan the day he sacked Panama. 1671, was it?
Oh, it's all true, yes. But let us not overesteem the honors forged and won on the battlefield. That skirmish was a deadly one, and a tremendous waste of coin and resources. It wasn't until many years after that I sheathed my sword in favor of a far safer and yet more profitable venture. Capital and resources. That's where money is made. And sir, let me tell you, honor bought is more enjoyable than honor won, if a touch less permanent.
I grow tired of this walk. We must be close.
Yes, just here. We must be on equal footing, you see. I don't trust Templars any more than you must trust me.
Well, if I had known you were so skittish, I'd have brought you a bouquet of flowers.
All right, just want to stop it there because there's been a lot of dialogue that's happened between the two. Okay, so as they were walking, one of the things that Torres and Prince were talking about was, of course, the idea of having slaves and things like that. Lawrence Prince is a slave owner, so he wants to keep slaves. He wants that to keep on going for as long as he lives and also beyond. Torres is talking about how he feels that keeping slaves and having slavery is not something that the Templars should continue to actually support and all that kind of stuff. Which, obviously, that element sounds good, but the thing about it is the Templars aren't going to be fighting for the abolition of slavery. You know, this is just something that Torres himself believes as a Templar. It doesn't mean that all the Templars across the world will agree and have the same sort of thought process. Because the thing about the Templars, just like with the Assassins, is there's different pockets of Templars around the world and different pockets of Assassins around the world. And in some parts of the world, the Assassins might be at a disadvantage compared to the Templars, where in other places in the world, it might be the other way around. And so it's always ironic, as an aside, it's always ironic when you have these Assassin's Creed games and the Templars are talking about, we finished your kind almost dead. And it's like, maybe in that part of the world you might have, but the world's a big place and there's more assassins that exist in the world in any given time than just in one particular location, you know what I mean? So I always find it ironic when they do dialogue where the Templars are saying things like, you know, the assassins were almost wiped out, you know, like we wiped them out in this area. It's like, yeah, maybe in this area, but not in the entire world. So we have Mary, who is here in the bushes now. As I was going through, I was trying to see if I could see where she might have ended up from the point at which she runs off before. Because remember, at the start of this mission, I actually stuck with Mary to get the dialogue that she and Edward has. And then it got to a point where she was running off in a direction that was completely going in the opposite direction to the enemies that I was tailing. And the mission was going to be, I was going to be desynchronized anyway if I kept on following Mary. So that was the point where there was no more dialogue between Mary and Edward. And I wanted to reload the checkpoint to get the dialogue of the enemies talking, because some of the dialogue between Edward and Mary was overlapping the dialogue of the Templars. And as I was going through, I was trying to see where else Mary might pop up in the mission. But it would seem that she doesn't actually spawn into where you are until you get to this point of the tailing and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's interesting the conversation that Torres is having about slavery and how he feels about it. And the slaver is, Lawrence Prince is talking about, you know, like he's comparing the slaves to cattle, which is something that in the Freedom Cry DLC, and even in Assassin's Creed Liberation at the start of that game, when Aveline has the memory of her self as a child, like there's a slave auction going on and all that kind of stuff. And it was this, you know, really fucked up idea that they viewed the slaves not as humans, but as like just, you know, animals and cattle, and referred to them as such. Hey there, Godfather. I hope it's going well. Hey there, Phantom. One once had Mary T-pose while doing parkour and you got really confused. Ah, I don't blame you. Yeah, that would have been weird.
Oh, I don't know why I bother. For the money, I suppose. The vast sums of money. You say you came alone, Torres?
Not alone, but certainly without colleagues. I took passage aboard a British merchant's brig.
Ah.
Now's the time.
No. Not until we see the sage.
Here's a quiet spot. I'll see the money.
This is a portion of the ransom. The rest is close at hand.
It pains me to traffic someone of my own race for profit, Mr. Torres. Tell me again, what has this Roberts fellow done to upset you?
Is this some form of Protestant piety I'm not familiar with?
Perhaps another day.
What?
Next time, see to it that we are not followed. Deal with this!
You cocked up my kill, Kenway.
For a better cause.
Get on this blind side! Have a grenade, friend!
You lost your chance, man. I'm going after Prince.
Kid, no! Jim, stop!
Not this time, Kenway.
Come on, man! We can work this together!
You had your chance.
Stay your blade, kid! Wait! Jim, stop!
Everything you could possibly need, gathered here for your convenience.
There's a killer here! Help! Guards! Guards to me!
Damn you, old scratch! Keep your natty hands off me!
I can't let you kill those men, kid. Not until I found the sage.
I've been stalking that pig for a week now, charting his moves, and here I find not one but two of my targets, and you rob me of both.
Patience, man. You'll have your kills.
When I locate the sage, you're helping me take Prince. Got that?
They met the Juice on the road. Northeaster had them blown clear to New Grenada. A rough reception.
Phantom, when this game breaks, it breaks good. Absolutely. There we go. So we stopped Mary from killing Prince. If you don't, it'll just desynchronize you. Just wanted to get as close as possible to any dialogue that might play if you don't tackle Mary straight away to stop her from killing Prince. So it was interesting that if you do wait and you're near Prince, he'll actually call for his guards to help him before Mary gets to him to kill him. And obviously Mary is very pissed off because you got to remember too, assassins don't just wake up one morning and go, I'm going to kill a target today. Oh, he just so happens to be in the same place I am. Just go and do it and then kill. You know, they have to track them for months, maybe sometimes even years. So Mary is really pissed off because she spent so much time gathering intel and tailing him and, you know, all this kind of stuff. And Edward just comes along and robs Mary of being able to assassinate two of her targets, which was Torres and Prince. Now, the thing is, right, I wonder how things would have gone differently if Edward had not managed to stop Mary from killing Lawrence Prince and Torres. Because you got to remember, Torres is the Grand Master of the Templars. And for Mary to be so close to killing him, and Edward interferes, it's another thing that Edward's pursuit of becoming rich, and that involving trying to track down the sage, ends up fucking things over for people. And he's already done this once by actually taking all the stuff that the assassin traitor Duncan Walpole was going to deliver to the Templars, and he's actually killed Duncan, taken his clothing, found out about the gear that he had, and the letter from Torres asking Duncan to bring these items and all that kind of stuff. So Edward at that point didn't know about the assassins or the Templars. He's just looking for money. So he steals the outfit because he needs better clothes than the rags he's got on after the shipwreck happens. He only finds that gear in Duncan's clothing because he had to take the clothing. He only follows through with what Duncan was going to do because he only cares about the money. And his actions in giving the map where the Templars, giving the map where the assassin bureaus are, which gives the Templars pinpoint accurate locations to find the assassin encampments, including the hidden headquarters of the assassins in the Caribbean and all that kind of stuff. Edward ended up carrying that through. And so we have another example here where Edward's desire for money has essentially fucked things up. So if Mary was able to actually kill Torres here and kill Lawrence Prince here, then who knows what major benefits that would have caused for the assassins in this war. But Torres getting away, it allows Torres to do all the things that he ends up doing, and along the way, obviously, Edward's decision here is another decision in a long line of decisions that are ultimately going to come to bite him in the arse later on as well. Because, I mean, Edward will eventually assassinate Lawrence Prince, but if Mary was able to actually assassinate Prince and Torres, then what Torres goes on to do wouldn't have happened, and it would have also maybe altered how things went for Edward. But we wouldn't have the story be the way it is if that had actually happened, so Torres gets to escape and live another day. Okay, so I think there's one more memory in sequence 5. I can't remember, ironically, even though I've played this game so many times, I can't remember which sequences the game automatically brings you out of the Animus with. But if it doesn't happen after finishing sequence 5, I'm still going to exit the Animus manually anyway to cover some present day stuff there. But yeah, this next memory is unmanned. Edward must kill the slaver Lawrence Prince as a favour to James Kidd before rescuing the man called the Sage from his imprisonment. Phantom, funny how the Kenway family line screws over the assassins over 3 times. Yeah, I mean, you got to remember too that it's not something that Edward intentionally did. It's not like he knew that Duncan was an assassin and that he knew that he was going to betray the assassins, and that Edward was like, oh, I want to be the one to do that, and killed him to take the stuff and all that kind of thing. In Edward's pursuit of actually getting rich, he ends up messing with things that could have given the assassins the advantage over the Templars. I mean, obviously, Haytham becoming a Templar goes against the assassins, but that's something that was completely out of Edward's control, because Edward was killed when Haytham was 10, and Haytham was brought up and brainwashed by the Templars. So that's how the Templars do things. if you can be an asset to their cause, if there's something that you possess, whether it's a trait that you possess,
What the blazes is he doing?
or money or influence that you possess, and they want that from you, and you resist, they will do everything in their power to manipulate you into choosing to go with their side of things. Even Otso Berg, who is, one of the most fiercely, one of the fierce fighters for the Templar cause, even he has been manipulated by the Templars to join their fight. Otso Berg has a daughter that has a very, very serious illness, and the only people who have the cure for that illness, or not the cure, sorry, but a way to keep his daughter alive, is through medicine that Abstergo has that is very, very, very expensive. And so they hang that over his head. Because he knows that at any time, if he stops doing what the Templars want, they can just, stop his daughter from getting those treatments. Phantom, Hathan didn't have an uncle like Ezio had. No, well that's it. He didn't have anyone else that he could have been raised by, at the very least, who were assassins. But yeah, their tactic of recruitment is brainwashing and manipulation. I mean, Lucy gets manipulated too. Like, they prey on the fact that because she was deep undercover in the Templar Order for the assassins, and because they knew that she had been sent in by them, they knew that they could manipulate her by being like, how come the assassins haven't, how come the assassins haven't come to actually get you out of here? How come, they're doing this, but also when Lucy is talking about the attack that was made on her, and Warren Vidic came in and basically stopped them from doing what they were doing, and in Lucy's eyes saved her from them. That whole setup was something that was organized by Warren Vidic himself to actually happen. Warren Vidic organized for Abstergo employees or agents to actually harass Lucy, so that he could come in and be the savior and be like, get away from her, stop doing that to her, as a way to manipulate Lucy into believing that she could trust Warren Vidic. So that's another example of the Templars using manipulation and brainwashing to actually have someone be on their side. Hey Mama Ara, hope it's going well. Star got an alert since it's late. That's definitely understandable, Star. I hope you have a good one. And thank you so very much for leaving the lurk too. I appreciate it.
Wouldn't you prefer meeting in a pub?
I came to Kingston chasing a target. Getting pissed ain't a priority.
We could work together on this, It's Lawrence Prince you're after. I want his prisoner.
We're after the Sage as well, Edward. Careful who you cross.
Okay, sometimes my timing for pausing cutscenes doesn't actually go timing right. So I don't know if because for me, Mary actually said her final bit of dialogue. The audio came through for me, but I don't know if it got cut off on stream. But this moment between the two of them, Edward is of course showing more of his character, which is, the wanting to make light of situations, wanting to, be like, hey, we should have met in a pub, just to lighten the mood kind of thing. But Mary is, of course, all business. It's like, she's after a target. Getting pissed isn't a priority in that moment and all that kind of stuff. Mama, Ara, you're trying to. How was your day? Well, I hope that you end up having a good weekend. My day was good. Went very well. Trying to stay cool still, but it's going good. So, heard all of it? Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. Because what I'm doing on the PlayStation, you can actually press a button on the controller. If you hold the same button down, it takes a screenshot automatically. But if you want to look at more options, you press the same button once. And what it will do with a game is it will actually pause the game itself. So I found that to be cool for this playthrough because I want to stop and talk about stuff in cutscenes, but without having to switch to a different screen all the time to do it. Because I could just press a button on the controller to open up the menu, but then it would keep going out. And it's also cool to have like the characters that you're talking about on screen and stuff like that. So sometimes there's a bit of delay in when I press that button to bring up the screenshot options so I can pause it, and sometimes the timing doesn't happen 100%. So this mission is where Mary will reveal to Edward that she's actually a woman and has been all this time, whereas Edward doesn't know this. So he's going to be finding this out very, very soon for the first time. Talking about pausing things on stuff, Edward's eyes, because he's in the middle of blinking. The timing on that. But yeah, Edward is very open to working with Mary to get Lorenz Prinz, because all he's after really is the Sage. And Mary reminds Edward that the assassins are also after the Sage too. So Edward is sort of like trying to be like compromising, right? He's like trying to say, look, I just want the Sage. I don't care really about Prinz. You can kill Prinz if you want. But then Mary has to reiterate and remind Edward that, hey, you know, the assassins are after the Sage as well. So be careful who you cross. Because the thing is, even though the assassins have basically given Edward the okay to leave their island alive earlier in the story, there are still many points in his character arc where he could still get killed by the assassins. Like they could still put a target on his head. You know, so Mary is trying to warn Edward that, hey, you know, be careful where you're treading here because we're after the Sage too. So if you get in our way, anything that, you know, and Mary's already compromised to Edward enough by letting Torres go and Prinz go at the same time, you know, so Edward is still very, very, very lucky that things are still going the way that they are for him in terms of how the assassins look at him. Mama R, it's kind of obvious she's female, like in real life, he could tell. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, when I first played this game, I didn't actually realize, but that's only because when I play games for the first time, I usually am really focused on what's actually going on, as in like, hey, this is your target, this is your mission, this is what the story is about. So I never actually stopped to think about Mary, and there was nothing that indicated to me that Mary was actually a woman, and that. But when you know that, obviously, after you've played it for the first time, then you're like, aha, of course, you know. But yeah, it was something that in the first time I played it, I didn't actually know until Edward found out. But it's not because, you know, there was anything that was about Mary that was, you know, sticking out. And I'm like, hang on, that seems strange or anything. It's just simply because I was so focused on what was going on in the story that I didn't even, you know, analyze how all the characters look and stuff like that, and their facial features or, you know, facial structures or, you know, any other sort of indicators and stuff. Alameus, many drawings from that time proves that a woman could easily pass as a man. It's all about hormones. Yeah, and the thing with Mary as a character too is that she obviously is able to use both the fact that people think she's a man and the fact that she's a woman in any advantageous way. You know what I mean? Like, she's been pretending to be a man amongst the pirates and amongst others that aren't assassins, because obviously the assassins would know. But the thing is that Mary sometimes uses the fact that she's a woman as a way to infiltrate, and we're going to see that eventually in this memory. But yeah, this is one of my favorite memories, and I love the line at the end, and the whole unmanning thing. But we'll get to that definitely as the mission goes on.
May the best man win.
There's guards patrolling that property from end to end. Looks to me like they use bells to signal trouble. See there? We'll want to disable those before pushing too far. With so many men about, we can't rely on stealth alone, so... I'll do what I can to distract and draw their attention, giving you a chance to cut them down. Ready?
Your name's not James, is it?
Not most days. Come on.
I wanted to let the dialogue play out instead of trying to pause in between the end of one word being said before the start of the next word. But I love Edward's reaction and his look there, because he's like completely blindsided by it, and his comment before that moment where he says, "May the best man win." You know, there's so many things that when you play it, having known what is actually going on, I love dialogue like that. So, "May the best man win" is what Edward says, and then your name isn't James, is it? Not most days. So that's a great little moment there. Phantom, even pretending to be the illegitimate son of William Kidd in real life. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, you think about people who have died but have no living relatives, right? That would be an opening for someone to pretend to be the long-lost whatever of that person. If there's no other family members around to actually come out and say, "Hey, that's not true. This person isn't part of our family," then the person pretending to be the son of, or the daughter of, or the niece of, or whatever the case may be, would have the ability to pretend to be that. You know what I mean? So having someone pretend that they're the illegitimate son of like a person, you know, maybe hoping to find William's lost treasure, maybe, quite possibly.
If you see Prince before I do, kill him, and there'll be a bit of coin in it for you. All right?
Damn, man. How is it you're a woman?
Christ, Edward. Is that something that needs explaining? Now, I'm here to do a job. I'll let you be amused later.
They met the Jews on the road. Northeast, they had them blown clear from New Grenada. You there! Stop!
Hey, wasn't that Spanish fella meant to come up here for a visit? Torres or something?
You didn't hear what happened? He was attacked by a couple of brigands on his way here.
Jesus. Is he all right?
Slipped away from what I heard. Prince ain't too happy neither.
Served out not too long ago. Who saw what happened?
I've got to remember too, I'm trying to get dialogue in memories of conversations that enemies have too, so I need to remember that, because that's one of the things that I wanted to cover in this focus.
Just gave up the ghost, poor bantling.
Now I just wanted to reload the checkpoint, because what I did there might have interrupted, because it didn't interrupt their current dialogue that they were saying, but it might have interrupted any other dialogue that they might say afterwards as well, because they were interrupted by finding the dead body and then the alarm was being raised and all that kind of stuff. Hello, Gamer Loop. How's things going?
If you see Prince before I do, kill him, and there'll be a bit of coin in it for you. All right?
Damn, man. How is it you're a woman?
So they met the Juice on the road. Nor'easter had them.
Jesus. Is he all right?
Slipped away from what I heard. Prince ain't too happy neither.
Better that than the gruel he made of cabbage trees, though. Aye, damn the day that gruel befell the barracks. Did the Norfolk ever make it back to Jamaica?
Phantom, if you remember correctly, there are 3 places that have unique dialogue related to this mission. Yeah, hopefully I can get them all. Oh, that's good, Gamer Loop. I'm glad that you're going really good. As for me, I'm doing well. Things are going smoothly.
You always had the soul of a pillar.
Never mind then.
Alright, so Mary's moved from where she was before.
Sugar stuffs, along with a good quantity of powder and bloodwood.
Holes like that what keep them at it. There's a pirate crew sleeping off the Mother of Igos on a desert beach somewhere.
There's also dialogue that doesn't have subtitles, but you can hear as well.
God, the bastard's running.
Halt! You come back here!
I'm going to try and go through this with a fine-tooth comb, Phantom, so I don't need to have a step-by-step of when to stop and potentially have dialogue.
Alarm! Help me, damn it!
Ah, fucking hell. Yeah, help yourself, prick. Let's reload the checkpoint.
If you see Prince before I do, kill him, and there'll be a bit of coin in it for you. All right?
Damn, man. How is it you're a woman?
Christ, Edward. Is that something that needs explaining? Now, I'm here to do a job. I'll let you be amused later.
Than the gruel he made of cabbage trees, though.
Jesus. Is he all right?
Slipped away from what I heard. Prince ain't too happy neither. A rough reception there, I'll wager.
It's not bread. It's punishment.
God, the bastard's running. Stop the...
You there!
Ah, shit, I need to change that stream elements message. Yeah, Phantom, I'd forgotten to change the stream elements message from when I was streaming Tomb Raider. But yes, Edward Kenway is not Lara Croft.
Oi! Stand still!
Alarm! Help me, damn it!
Hey, are you feeling all right, friend?
Hold there. Not worth the effort. Stop, you! You there! Stop!
Halt! not. Get back here now.
There are better ways to waste my time.
Stand
You're right there, Mary. Look a bit drunk.
Halt! Stand your ground!
Please, I've been shot. I need aid.
Christ, Thompson, look at her. She's hurt.
Dreadfully, sir. I'm poorly.
All right.
And faint.
Take an arm, lass.
Bless you, lads.
Oi, Marlowe. Mr. Prince says to keep your eyes peeled tonight. Says there's some men about bent on making trouble.
I'll spread the word.
The way I see it is, sword fighting is a little like making love. It's not always what you do, but what you say.
A pity for you, then. You are the most inarticulate bugger I've ever met.
Oi, man. That ain't nice.
Yes! I had no idea about this other Monkey Island reference. Holy shit, so that makes 3 in the game. That's so cool. In Secret of Monkey Island, when you go and talk to the sword trainer, Captain Smirk, he says, sword fighting is a little like making love. It isn't what you do, but what you say. And that comeback that guy came with was pretty good. But then that insult, that guy said was pretty good. But then the other guy couldn't come back with a good comeback. So there's that Monkey Island reference. There's a main assassination target. There's a assassination target in the assassin contracts named Mancomb Seepgood. in Secret of Monkey Island, you can talk to a pirate in the Scum Bar, and when you tell him your name, and your character's name is Guybrush Threepwood, the other pirate laughs at that, and then you can actually ask him what his name is then, and he says Mancomb Seepgood. And in this game, there's an assassination target named Mancomb Seepgood. And then the other Monkey Island reference is later on in the story. Bartholomew Roberts says, "There's nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face," which is something that the villain in Secret of Monkey Island actually says, LeChuck. He says the same thing. There's nothing like the winds of hell blowing in your face. So that's cool. Normally I don't stop to try and listen to all the dialogue in this mission. So I'm glad that I actually did and heard that, because I wouldn't have realized that there's actually now 3 different references to Secret of Monkey Island that are in this game. It's a shame Zereth isn't here, because he would have liked hearing that.
Stop there!
Obey me, you deaf.
You! He's off!
Move on. You can't stop.
We've lost the filthy prat.
Never mind then.
I'll be doing a Monkey Island marathon next year as well. There's so many franchises I want to do marathons of next year. Monkey Island, Mortal Kombat, Doom, to name a few.
Come back, you weak-kneed coward!
There should be some dialogue here with these characters. Cool. I might actually clip this Monkey Island reference.
Oi! Marlowe! Mr. Prince says to keep your eyes peeled tonight. Says there's some men about bent on making trouble.
I'll spread the word!
The way I see it is, sword fighting is a little like making love. It's not always what you do, but what you say.
A pity for you, then. You are the most inarticulate bugger I've ever met.
Oi, man. That ain't nice.
Alright, I was able to get the start point and end point of the clip that I actually wanted. For those who don't know, when you're actually making a clip of something on Twitch, it lets you obviously choose where in the amount of time that you can clip to actually start and end your clip. Usually you can keep on playing the same little bit of video over and over again until you fine-tune that the way that you want, because there might be some words that are in the actual stream that you don't want to be in the clip because they're not relevant to the actual clip that you're making. But there's this thing that can happen where it'll stop allowing you to play that little section over and over again. So if you haven't fine-tuned the clip to what you want, then you won't be able to do it without hearing it, because it stops you from actually reviewing it and hearing it. And that's happened to me a few times. So it's good to be able to make a clip that starts when you want it and ends when you want it without that happening. So that's a clip of the Monkey Island reference to Captain Smirk and insult sword fighting.
You come back here, you! Damn. Nothing. Answer the man.
Alright, maybe stopping to listen to that other dialogue means that you miss out on this other dialogue on the other side.
Stop, I want to talk to you. Oi! Marlowe! Mr. Prince says to keep your eyes peeled tonight. Says there's some men about bent on making trouble.
I'll spread the word.
Do as he says. Hold right there.
Did you say something, boy? This ain't no time for chatter, you hear?
I ain't say nothing, sir. You got no quarrel with me.
You keep those goddamned eyes on the cane, all right? Look up once more and it'll be the last damn thing you ever see.
No problem here, sir. I'm working as best I can.
Put your back into it, mongrel.
I guess these soldiers want to die. We can help them achieve that goal.
You there, stop.
How about you put your back into it? Oh wait, you can't. You're dead. Speaking of putting things into backs, or putting your back into things.
Stupid! Come back here!
Okay, it's interesting. Prince doesn't have anything to say. I thought he might be having, like a conversation to himself or something. Just in case he is, this time I'm going to reload the checkpoint and then go straight for him.
Oi, stop! Marlowe! Mr. Prince says to keep your eyes peeled tonight. Says there's some men about bent on making trouble.
I'll spread the word.
You heard him, you fusty.
Did you say something, boy? This ain't no time for chatter, you hear?
I ain't say nothing, sir. You got no quarrel with me.
You keep those goddamned eyes on the cane, all right? Look up once more and it'll be the last damn thing you ever see.
No problem here, sir. I'm working as best I can.
Put your back into it, mongrel.
Why hang over me like a leering crow? To see an old man suffer?
You've caused no small portion of suffering yourself, Mr. Prince. Retribution, I suppose.
You absurd cutthroats and your precious philosophy. You live in the world, but you cannot make it move.
You mistake my motive, old man. I'm only after a bit of coin.
As was I, lad. As was I.
That there, what he says there, that's an element of something that drives Lawrence Prince, or drove him to do the things that he did in his life, was after money. And that's something that Edward is after too, his pursuit of money. And I'm not saying that Edward is comparable to this guy in the sense of he's hypocritical to Lawrence Prince, or that he's a villain, or just as much of a villain as Lawrence Prince is. But that's something that they share in common. The fact that what they have done, they've done for money. So he has done what he's done for money, having slaves, owning plantations, working slaves, you know, doing all that kind of stuff, trafficking them, making money off that. Edward is just wanting to get money by going around being a pirate and robbing and stealing and all that kind of stuff. But he's not on the same level as Prince, and he's not on the same level as the other Templars in that respect. But there's common elements that Edward has with a lot of these Templar targets, and with Lawrence Prince, that's definitely one of them.
Heads up, Kenway! I found your man!
I remember you. The Templar from Havana.
I'm no Templar, mate. That was just a ruse. We've come here to save your ass from this slaver.
Save me? I work for Mr. Prince.
Well, then he's a poor man to call master. He meant to sell you out to the Templars.
Oh, you can't trust anyone, it seems.
Roberts!
Alright, so we have the Sage coming back into the story again. And Edward finds out that he actually works for Mr. Prince, and that Prince wasn't keeping him as a captive or anything like that. And even knowing that, you know, Edward is able to divulge information to the Sage about that. Now, what's interesting is, if you look at that situation there, Mary is held at gunpoint by the Sage. Edward is in plain sight for the Sage to shoot him and kill him. Yet, when Mary makes her move and separates from the Sage, and then the Sage goes to shoot Mary, he decides to shoot the bell instead to raise the alarm. You could be saying, well, how come he didn't aim at Edward instead and shoot him? Because even if Mary still escapes, if he shoots Edward, then that would be something that he'd have to show and say, hey, you know, one of them got away, but we caught one of them as well. But I think what saves Edward there, and this might not be the case, I'm just sort of like making an assumption and theorizing, but the Sage probably didn't kill Edward because Edward at least divulged information to him that was actually good to know. Because if Prince was going to set the Sage out to the Templars anyway, and the Sage doesn't want to be held captive by the Templars or the assassins at all, you know, he doesn't want to be held captive by anyone, then for him it is like a courtesy to not actually kill Edward in that moment.
Let's move, Kenway! Run! See you on the other side!
Get behind him!
I wonder where Roberts actually goes off to. It feels weird doing this mission without the music, because the music in this part is really, really intense, and it's one of my favourite bits of music. But for the purposes of this story focus, I wanted the dialogue to be more prominent and take priority.
How was I supposed to know? It's not like the cook keeps all them things identified with big letters. And even if he did, it's not like I could read them. Really? I'll enjoy this, I will.
Fish in a barrel, mate.
I've got a lovely clear shot.
Oh. Faster, lads! We're losing ground!
But when them we're currently disagreeing with can't return fire. It warms me heart.
This is a...
Interloper! Raise the alarm!
He's in his sights.
Keep flagging! Keep at it, boys! Bastards in the sights!
Hold it! We'll bring him down!
Cut off his retreat!
Get on this blind side!
Zereth, you sword fight like a dairy farmer. How appropriate you spit insults like a baboon. How's it going, Zereth? I don't know if it's the same for you. You can probably see the clip that I made above. I found another Monkey Island reference in this game that I never knew existed all these years later until now. It's a reference to Captain Smirk and insult sword fighting. Zereth, you're tired and high on painkillers, and I saw your clip. Oh, really? What a combination of things. It's understandable to be tired. I hope your painkillers are helping. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't know about that Monkey Island reference. As a big Monkey Island fan, it's both great to finally know that it's existing, but it's also a shame that I didn't know this earlier. But the good thing is, in future playthroughs, I can point it out, like I point out the other Monkey Island references. Secret of Monkey Island would perhaps be one of the key things that I experienced as a child that went towards my enjoyment of, you know, things that are about pirates and stuff like that. I was about 10 when I played it.
Lost your man again, did you?
Aye. Roberts is a devil with a queer aversion to kindness. I suppose that's 2 men I've lost today. So, what's your real name, lass?
Mary Reed to my mum. And them I call friends.
I love that line. To Mary Reed and me mum. and to them I call friends. The very fact that Mary has actually revealed to Edward what her name is, and says that, is definitely an indication that she views him as a friend. She's going to give him a little bit of a warning about the fact that she wants her true identity to be kept hidden, but not 100% serious, as we'll see. She actually gives a bit of a wink to Edward to let him know that she's not being fully serious, but serious enough that she really doesn't want him to go blabbering to anyone about the fact that James Kidd is actually Mary Read and that she's a woman. And I'm glad that I was able to stop on this part of the cutscene to freeze it. It's always good when I do this to actually have a close-up shot of a character. And Mary telling Edward that her name is Mary, that's a big trust. You know, she's putting a lot of trust in Edward because, as she said, you know, she tells people who are her friends that she really is Mary. And I imagine that the people that she considers to be friends have also made sure not to let anyone know. And she wants Edward to know her name, but also that she also wants it to be kept a secret, which is definitely fair because it's up to her whether or not certain people know. If she doesn't want certain people to know, then that's okay. She considers Edward a friend, so she's telling him that her name is actually Mary. Zereth, hashtag blame Kenway. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely apply that to Edward for a lot of things. That's for sure.
But not a word of it to anyone. Or I'll unman you as well.
Damn it, I missed the timing. I was hoping to actually time it so that she'd be winking at him. So there we go. She basically gives Edward a warning that he'll be unmanned if if he reveals to anyone that she doesn't want it revealed to that she's actually a woman. But she's not being fully serious because she gives that wink there. And the whole sort of thing, you think back to the opening part of this mission where Edward is like, let the best man win. And then Mary reveals herself to be a woman. And then we get this last part here where she kind of is like, you know, not a word of it to anyone, or I'll unman you as well. And that's the name of the mission as well, Unmanned. It's just so good. Unmanned by her. Yeah. I love the way Edward does that. It's like when a kid is told that they did something wrong, and after they do, they look down at the ground, and they might cross their arms in a huff or something like that. The way that Edward looks down at the ground and then quickly pulls his hood over has that same kind of feel. Okay, so that is sequence 5 of the story done. It doesn't take us out of the Animus automatically, so I'm going to do that manually, just to check if there's any changes in the dialogue that the NPCs say. And maybe there might be some other things that we can access in that too. Zero, she got that scar on her face during a mighty battle. No, really, she did. That's it. Didn't get it from picking the nose. So that can't apply.
I know.
I think the idea is that you're supposed to love your job enough to put in the extra time.
My animus, and it's doing
Don't say that so loud.
Alright, so this dialogue is the same.
The 3-hour sessions, like the regulations.
So if you had 1.5 days without painkillers and forgot how hecking high that can make you feel, yeah, that'd be definitely one of those things where you would have really been really wanting to be able to. So I can't imagine what that would have been like going for that long.
It's not 30 degrees at one end of the building and 5 at the other.
Alright, that dialogue's not new.
5-6 hours every day.
Damn.
Neither is that.
That was the end of it. I can't be responsible for other people's incompetence.
Exactly. I've already heard that dialogue too. I'm definitely counting on there to be new dialogue eventually in present day from NPCs. Especially when we get to the end of the story where we can still go around Abstergo Entertainment after it's been revealed that John Standish was a sage and after he gets killed and stuff. Zereth, but then codeine is an opioid. Opioids are drugs that act on the opioid receptors in the brain. They include both natural and synthetic drugs that are derived from or related to the opium poppy. I see. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the things that we've discovered as humanity with things like that. Things that, you know, took a certain point in history to get to before we actually knew.
Can you believe how beautiful this building is?
I don't know.
That dialogue is not new. Okay, so in terms of dialogue, in present day, there's nothing new from the NPCs that we haven't heard since the first part of the game where we were in present day. No other computers to go through yet. We still only have security level 1 clearance. Let's see, any updates to messages? There is. Alright. Let's see. Present day entries. The last one we had was John from IT. Hey there. Okay, so this one is Evan Dean. And this is researching something. Hey there, buddy pal. What's that they've got you all researching over there? Hush hush, top secret. Good for you, you Abstergo protege, you. At least they trust someone. Glad it's you. Evan Dean doesn't seem to be someone that is very happy with the fact that they trust this person who only just started that we're playing as more than they trust him, who's probably been there for a while. Alright, so we've covered reading that. A small favor. This is new. Welcome to Abstergo Entertainment. A small favor. Work Diary Week 2. Talk to Melanie LeMay about rewards and bonuses. Visited Olivier Garneau in his office. He asked me to prioritize Edward's search for something called the Observatory. Was contacted by John from IT. He asked me to access a colleague's computer and recover a video file for him. I delivered this file, a strange autopsy video, to a courier named Rebecca in the lobby. I also noticed the barista here is a bit of a dandy, a bit annoying. So far, so good. A really good productive week. Come on, leave Sean alone. I mean, yeah, he might be a bit annoying, but, you know, he's not that bad. There's things that I've already collected one of out of a few, but I haven't covered it yet because it's not one of something. It's like two of something or three or four of something. I want to wait till I have all of the somethings before covering those. So for now, there's nothing else in present day to attend to.
Spending too long in my animus.
Zerif, do you think he actually likes coffee? I don't know. He might despise it, and therefore wants everyone who drinks it to not like it. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Now that Mary has revealed to Edward that she is actually a woman and her name is Mary, the database entry for James Kidd will be updated accordingly. Born in England, date unknown, died not yet. Of all the infamous West Indies pirates, Mary Read stands out as one of the most mysterious and inscrutable. No one is sure when she was born, with most speculation ranging over almost a decade, between 1685 and 1695. According to Charles Johnson, a frequently unreliable source, her mother began dressing Mary in boys' clothes from a very early age with the hope of passing her off as another man's son. Note, not sure how this will play with average audiences. Have we ever done a market survey on cross-dressers? Melanie LeMay. In her teens, Mary evidently harnessed her skill for disguise to secure a job aboard a ship. Taking to sea, she worked her way forward until she found a position in the British Navy. Still disguised as a man, she saw action in battle, though owing to the conflicting reports of her birth, we cannot be certain of the battle. It was during these skirmishes that Mary met her first husband, so the author of the General History of Pirates claims, a Flemish soldier who had evidently fought beside her. But this union was not fated to remain intact, as Mary's husband was killed soon after their marriage. With few reasons to remain in Europe, Mary sailed for the West Indies. It is unclear what transpired in the years following, but it is almost certain that she resumed the practice of dressing as a man. We also assume Mary continued working aboard ships, improving her skills as a sailor and swordsman. By 1715 or 1716, it was likely she had visited her fellow sailors in Nassau, though perhaps not for the same reasons. Alright, so we've read the James Kidd database entry, which is now Mary Read's entry because James Kidd doesn't actually exist. Mary Read exists though. So we've read that. And the text that we saw, just in case it updates it, last thing we saw was, but this union was not fated to remain intact. That way, if it does tell me that this is updated, I know where I read up until before it was updated. I purposely waited until he entered the story to actually read his database entry. So now I'm going to read about the target that we just killed, Lawrence Prins. Born in 1630s Amsterdam, died 1717. Lawrence Prins, often anglicised as Lawrence Prince, was a Dutchman from Amsterdam who spent the majority of his life in and around the West Indies. Operating out of Port Royal, Prins saw an incredible amount of action and adventure in his long life. Sailing as a privateer in the early days of the golden age of piracy, 1650s, he developed a reputation for courage fighting the Spanish on behalf of the British Crown, sometimes bearing a letter of marque, often without. He even played a pivotal role in Sir Henry Morgan's infamous raid on Panama in 1671, for which he was roundly celebrated. Prins eventually retired from privateering and settled in a large acreage of land in Jamaica. It must have been around this time that he entered into the slave trade as a means of bolstering his wealth, an occupation he pursued well into his 70s. In 1717, his flagship slave galley, the Whydah, was attacked and captured by the pirate Black Sam, Bellamy. Prins managed to survive the encounter and fell back into his old occupation until his death some months later. Indeed. Zereth, an assassin's blade for me? Double it and give it to the next person as well. 2 for 1 deal. I saw this kind of interaction in Freedom Cry DLC for my Phase 5 playthrough, where I was going through and showcasing all the NPCs and their behaviours, and I commented in that Freedom Cry stream that was the first time I'd actually come across that, and I didn't actually come across it in the main game. And so, here we are. It actually does happen in the main game, having two characters, two NPCs like this. Shit, I forgot to do the recap. Alright, so last sequence recap. Sequence 5, Mistaken Motives, in which the notorious pirates Charles Vane and Calico Jack Rackham appeared in Nassau, bringing word of a large shipment of gold to a nearby Spanish fort, within which the Templar Laureano Torres was busy counting and gathering money to offer as a reward to the slaver Lawrence Prince for his delivery of the sage to the Templars. A scheme our hero Edward Kenway discovered and adopted as his own. Thus taking this Templar as a prisoner, Edward set about liberating the sage for himself, using Torres and his gold as bait. Yet complications arose when the assassin James Kidd arrived to murder both Prince and Torres, confounding Edward's own plans. After heated discussion, Edward agreed to help Kidd kill Prince in exchange for finding the sage, somewhere upon the slaver's property. It was here too that James revealed himself to be a woman, Mary Reed, and in consequence of their confounded scheme, Lawrence Prince was killed, but the sage escaped yet again, much to Edward's dismay. Alright, it won't let us actually look at the current memory information yet. Sometimes it does for missions, other times it doesn't. And let's reload the memory, because I interrupted the cutscene to go over that stuff.
Another?
A rum flip this time.
And where'd I find fresh eggs in this wretched town? There's little else but piss and insects.
Alright, so here we have the character of Anne Bonny, and I'm going to bring up the IMDb of the actress who plays her. There was actually a cutscene when Charles Vane and Calico Jack Rackham turned up at Nassau, and she had no dialogue, but you can actually see her sitting down when they enter the cutscene. But this is the first moment where we actually, as the player, get to officially meet the character of Anne Bonny. And she is, of course, another person that was based on someone in real life. Sarah Green plays Anne Bonny.
Aye, we're working on that.
Dear lady, what do they call you?
And when they're sober, a jilt when they're sauced, but never lady.
Well, good Leanne, oh, bollocks.
Bag of shite! Do you hear me? It's a bag of bloody shite!
It's a ruse to keep us soft before they attack Nassau. You'll see, mark me.
It's no ruse, Vane. I heard it straight from the mouth of a greasy Bermudan captain. There's a pardon on offer for any pirate that wants it.
Ruse or no, I think it's plain the British may return to Nassau, with arms, no doubt. We'll need a plan.
Walk with us, Kenway. There's trouble brewing.
Alright, so we have Charles Vane obviously expressing his opinion on the idea that the king is going to offer a pardon for all pirates to take up. So essentially, it's like you will stop being a pirate, you will give up everything that you have, and you'll be able to go back home to England free, without any money, or we'll basically kill you and track you down and hunt you down and eventually kill you, which is obviously what they were wanting to do. And there's certain characters that even on the side of royalty, i.e. on the side of the King of England, actually don't want the pardon or don't care for it. Commodore Chamberlain is a character that we'll meet eventually who is opposed to giving the pirates a chance, because in his eyes they all should just be killed without any sort of pardon offered or anything like that. And so in Vane's mind, this is all just a ruse. It's just a cover that they want to do to cover up their intentions to actually attack Nassau. The Templars and them being represented by Woodes Rogers, unknowingly from the king's perspective, of course, is representing the king, but also is representing the Templars also. And they will eventually come to Nassau to actually want to take it over, while still offering officially the pirates a pardon here at Nassau as well. So Charles Vane is definitely against the idea of bowing down to the powers that be and accepting a pardon. And Benjamin Hornigold, who will eventually obviously become a Templar, for those who've already played it. But yeah, he'll become a Templar, and he once saw Nassau as an opportunity for them and pirates, but he'll talk in this conversation that we're about to hear about how Nassau is, basically really, really in shambles, and people are sick, and they're, needing medical help and all that kind of stuff. And Benjamin Hornigold is one of the first pirates out of the group that we've met in this game who actually thinks the pardon from the king is actually a good thing. And Benjamin Hornigold is obviously looking for the better offer, and the better offer is obviously from Woodes Rogers. And then Woodes Rogers, as he says, he sees in Benjamin Hornigold, or thinks of him as a man that he can divulge, his closest secrets to about certain stuff as well. Basically that, not exactly that dialogue, but he says that to Benjamin Hornigold. So here we sort of see the first sign that Benjamin Hornigold is, trying to look elsewhere to actually, continue living. Whereas Edward and Blackbeard are of the mind that, it's still a good place to be. Nassau is still a good pirate stronghold for people to go to. Phantom, you have a bad case of diarrhea, double it and give it to the next person. Kenway, it's surprising Jack calls a barmaid lady when he is hammered. Yeah, I love her dialogue too back at him, But yeah, her sort of role is shown at first to be what people of this time period, and some people even today, believe a woman's job is only to be a servant or to be a housewife or whatnot. So we see Anne Bonny being in that sort of position, but obviously her becoming part of a pirate crew and everything, and all that is indicative of the fact that they're not completely fully of the view that because she's a woman, the only thing that she's allowed to do is, make drinks and be a barmaid kind of thing. So if you look at her character progression too, she goes from being someone that you see doing a lot of, bar work and stuff on Nassau, to being someone who eventually is the quartermaster of Edward's ship, the Jackdaw. Phantom, in real life, Anne Bonny was in the crew of Rackham. Yeah, because she talks later about what had happened on the ship when their ship gets attacked, and Anne Bonny and Mary Read get captured and all that kind of stuff.
In the absence of any clear ideas, I say we lay low. No piracies and no violence. Do nothing to ruffle the king's feathers for now.
Preserving the king's plumage is no concern of mine, Ben.
It will be when he sends his soldiers to scrub this island clean of our residue. Look around you, man. Is this cesspool worth dying for?
Aye! It's our republic! Our idea! A free land for free men, remember? So maybe it's filthy to look at. But ain't it still an idea worth fighting for?
I can't be sure. For when I look on the fruits of our years of labor, all I see is sickness, idleness, idiocy.
Not a sunbeam of difference between here and London, then, eh?
Thatch is right, man. Taking a wide view, we're not doing so bad out here. There's sun, rum, and leisure as far as the eye can see.
Aye. Nassau may look fine from a distance, but at its core, there's a disease I cannot stomach.
Sickness.
Alright, my timing was a bit shit there, interrupting Edward's dialogue. So as we have gone through Nassau while talking with Benjamin Hornigold and Blackbeard, we can see that Nassau is definitely not in the best of circumstances at the moment. People are sick. They're, obviously looking very exhausted and sick. And then you've got like these big giant fucking rats, going about everywhere and all that kind of stuff. And the things that Benjamin Hornigold is saying do actually make sense. The idea of, not doing too many piracies and all that kind of stuff. So there is some logic and sense to what Benjamin Hornigold is actually saying. But of course, Edward and Blackbeard are still feeling so strongly about Nassau as a place for pirates to feel like they can be free and to make it their own republic, and that they're a bit, unwilling to actually take a wider view. And Benjamin Hornigold saying that it looks fine from a distance is him pointing to the idea of looking at the wider view, something that Edward and Blackbeard aren't willing to look at. But they are believing that Nassau is something that they should still fight for, even though they can clearly see that people are sick. You know what I mean? And Benjamin Hornigold is like, yeah, from a distance it may look fine, but there's a sickness at its core. And the core of things is obviously where the problem stems from, and the problem can get worse from. And like anything, the core of something is the source point, and it may take a while for things on the surface to be seen to suggest that there's something wrong going at the core. So we have the two ideologies here about what Nassau, or the two ideas about what Nassau should be. Benjamin Hornigold is starting to think about, other places to go, laying low a bit to not piss off the king any further and all that kind of stuff. Whereas Edward and Blackbeard, they just want to stick with Nassau and they want to just keep fighting for it. And it's one of those situations where, yeah, Benjamin Hornigold has some things that he's saying that are right. And if you think about it objectively, he's definitely in the right to be like, hey, we've tried to do this. This is what it's ended up like. Maybe it's time for us to move on from this. But they're not willing to, obviously. Phantom, those two women were the only ones fighting on deck while Rackham fled in the hold. Rackham was truly the worst pirate that ever lived. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'll definitely be covering that when we get to that in the story. There's some stuff that I talk about way before it happens, because it will later reference back to certain things as well. But you're definitely right about Jack Rackham. Eventually, when we hear it in the story, they'll talk about what actually happened with him. Thank you so much, Zereth, for leaving the lurk. You might actually be able to sleep. Hopefully so, dude. And if you do, I hope you get some good rest as well.
This can be cured, Ben. If only...
Because I interrupted Edward's dialogue. I don't want to do that. Let's reload the last checkpoint. Right.
In the absence of any clear ideas, I say we lay low. No piracies and no violence. Do nothing to ruffle the king's feathers for now.
Preserving the king's plumage is no concern of mine, Ben.
It will be when he sends his soldiers to scrub this island clean of our residue. Look around you, man. Is this cesspool worth dying for?
Aye! It's our republic. Our idea. A free land for free men, remember? So maybe it's filthy to look at. But ain't it still an idea worth fighting for?
I can't be sure. For when I look on the fruits of our years of labor, all I see is sickness, idleness, idiocy.
Not a sunbeam of difference between here and London, then, eh?
Thatch is right, man. But taking a wide view, we're not doing so bad out here. There's sun, rum, and leisure as far as the eye can see.
Aye. Nassau may look fine from a distance, but at its core, there's a disease I cannot stomach.
Sickness can be cured, Ben. If only you have the right medicine.
But a corpse cannot be reanimated.
I can't believe the shite I'm hearing drop from your lips. Why not take the pardon now, and be done with it?
Peace, both of you. We can satisfy both aims if we work together. Find medicines to ease our burdens here, but in a way that don't attract the British.
I wager the nearest doctor is sitting pretty in Havana. Not a place I mean to go.
But the Spanish fleet that sunk 2 years back would have some medicine. All sealed up in glass vials.
You'd need a diving bell to reach those depths.
Aye, and with some coin and a few supplies, a diving bell won't be hard to come by.
This is a plan I can stand behind. Find medicines without stirring up trouble. Agreed, Thatch?
Agreed. Aye. I'll meet you near the wrecks as soon as you're able, Kenway.
Remember, Thatch, keep your cannons corked.
Piss off, Ben.
Let's see where Horn of Gold is programmed to go to. Kenway, that's why it was surprising how nice he is to stranger ladies that were usually degraded. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely an attraction that Rackham has towards her as well. Phantom, what is weird is that Blackbeard was Benjamin's second in command in real life, and here they are seen as equals, probably for the story's narrative. Most likely. It makes sense too as well. They definitely take... This is the thing about the Assassin's Creed series, right? Many consider it supposed to be historically accurate, and when it's not historically accurate, it gets dragged through the coals. But it's still a fictional story being told. It's just that they're using things that have happened in real life, people that existed in real life, but using them as tools to help tell whatever narrative they want to tell. And so there's bound to be so many changes that they actually make. So I think it's better for people to not think of these games as supposed to be historically accurate. There's still some things that they do mention that historically happened, obviously, in database entries and that. So they still do try to inject a little bit of real, actual history into it. But I definitely don't think that the Assassin's Creed series should be 100% relied upon as a teaching tool for, history and stuff like that as well. But yeah, they definitely will take liberties with the story to tell a narrative and make changes to certain characters just to align them with certain narrative choices that they want to do as well. But the other side of it too is that Benjamin Hornigold in this game's story is ultimately a character that sees himself above others, which ties in very well to things like how he reacts when he first sees Adewale. When he first sees Adewale without knowing anything about him, he says to Edward, "You trust him with a pistol, do you?" As if to imply the fact that he's black means that he shouldn't be trusted with a pistol. So right from the get-go, when we get introduced to Benjamin Hornigold, he gets introduced as someone who, number one, is racist, but also someone who thinks of himself above others as well. And that's something that is part of his character's journey throughout the story, and the fact that he actually joins the Templars and all that kind of stuff plays into that whole idea of him being someone who thinks himself better than others. So even if in real life he was the second in command to Blackbeard, for the purposes of this story, I wouldn't be surprised if the reason they don't worry about that aspect is to showcase it in other means that Benjamin Hornigold is of higher rank. Instead of it being an official thing, though, like it would have been in real life, they're making it just a character's ego kind of thing, where he's like, oh yeah, I'm the one who people should listen to, I'm the one that they should follow, and all that kind of stuff. Bantam historians playing AC discovered that Napoleon had a posh British accent. Yeah. Okay, so we need to buy a diving bell. At this point in the story, this is when you have to buy one. And in any case, before this part in the story, you can't buy one anyway. It won't be available to buy until you actually get to this point in the story, in sequence 6.
Favor, darling. Not without a glint of silver, I won't. Come on, look.
Lend us a silver crown, sir. Or a couple of reals, if you've had enough.
Money?
There are reals
Oi.
everywhere.
That was for him.
There are reals everywhere.
Now that's more like it.
Coins!
Silver!
Rafa Luca.
What luck!
I forgot to do this in my showcase playthrough, so I'm making up for that by showcasing what happens when you throw money on the ground.
Wait, that... Bloody hurrah!
Coins? But where did...
Money! Hello, you beauties! Coins! Silver! Coins!
There are reals everywhere.
Money! Now that's a blessing. Silver!
Money!
What happiness! Hello, you beauties!
If only Dutch van der Linde was existing in this time period and was in this universe. He'd be like, I heard there's some pirate going around just throwing money everywhere. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you, dude. How's things going?
Do you require my services? No?
Phantom Tahiti is not far anyway. Tahiti! Mangoes. The bell will cost you 5,000 reals. So that worked out well. We already had enough money to cover that. Crooked, pretty good. Slept in, which was nice. How's Freedom Cry? How's how's The game's going really well. Yeah, I did sequence 5. We're now in sequence 6. It was funny doing that mission where you run away after finding the sage without the music. I actually came across another Monkey Island reference that I absolutely had no idea about until doing this playthrough, because it's in an area of the of the gardens that I don't normally go past anyway, and I made a clip of it. It's a reference to Captain Smirk and insult sword fighting. So I just absolutely loved coming across another Monkey Island reference. So that makes it 3 that I've actually noticed in this game. For so many years, I thought there was only 2, but there's also a third one. Maybe there could even be other ones too, as well. But yeah, I definitely wanted to clip that moment. I'm glad that you had a good sleep in. That definitely is also good. Bit of icing on the cake.
Excellent. Good day.
I want to increase my smoke bomb capacity, so let's go and buy 2 Hushia hides to get the first one at least. If I can afford it, that is. Oh no, Senny, yeah. No, definitely not Freedom Cry. Not yet, anyway. They'll definitely be part of this focus, though.
My thanks. 'Tis much to my mind.
Phantom, this store feels like a cheat with them hides. In a way, but at the same time, if you have a look at how much certain actual ones cost, you definitely still need to have enough money. To buy a white whale skin, you need 20,000 reals, for example. That's probably the most expensive one as well. But yeah, it's definitely good. I definitely feel it's good that they included the ability to buy these things, because it means that players who don't want to spend a long time, grinding to actually do the hunting can actually just buy it straight away and then get it. Crooked, that's a bargain. They could have cost 50,000 reals. Phantom, here is you ending with at least 100,000 gold at this point in game. That's fair enough. Yeah. It's one of those things where if you really care about that kind of stuff, it's good to be able to do it. Crooked, it will also be good once they take down the servers and you can't hunt white whales anymore. Absolutely. That's another thing. And they will eventually do with this game and other games that came out after 2012, like they have done with games that came out before and up until 2012, shutting down the servers so that certain content isn't available. And I think it's a real shame when that side of things happens, because surely there's a way to make it still be available for people after the servers have been shut down, even if it means giving it to them automatically instead of them having to worry about doing what's required, you know what I mean? Especially if the only way to get what's required is to do something that's tied to the servers. But if the servers are off, then yeah, it's like a bit of a fuck you. But you're a completionist all the way. That's fair enough, Phantom. Yeah, I'm a completionist sometimes, but it's only sometimes. It's not every single time I play a game. Like, if I sat down to play Red Dead Redemption 2, for example, I wouldn't make it a playthrough where I got everything and then the next time I played it did the same. So I can definitely do playthroughs without completing everything and still be satisfied with the playthrough of the game that I'm doing. But yeah, I'm definitely not a player that absolutely must, every single time I play a game, get every single thing in it. Not a completionist to that particular extent. Probably they'll have a small update that includes the yellow whales every few in-game time. Maybe, but it is Ubisoft we're talking about here. They're not exactly known for being very welcoming of people wanting to, you know, continue to play their older games in the way that they were intended originally to be played. You know, there's so many things that people bet on these days. I wonder if there's a bet going for when Skull and Bones will actually be released. And if there is, I'd be curious to see how many people are betting that it will actually come out when they have said that it's going to come out now. and when it does. And stuff like that. Because, yeah, I don't think we're going to get it when they say. And even if we do, it'll feel so disjointed of a game, I imagine, based on how long it's been in development for, how many different restarts they've had, how many different ideas that were probably put together for one version, but then maybe some of those ideas were then kept for another version, but mixed with other ideas and diluted everything, and or not diluted everything, but just, you know, muddied up the water, so to speak, with everything like that. And that game, I reckon it probably needs to do GTA numbers. Meaning, it needs to make a hell of a lot of fucking money to probably even start to pay back the amount of money that was spent years ago, let alone the money that is still being spent on it.
Jack! Do it right!
Devil in his hole, Thatch. This is a darling galley. 32 guns, is it?
I lost count at 40.
I love this little exchange here. The look on Blackbeard's face as well, when he's basically like, I lost count at 40, you know. However many amount of guns you said I have, I've just completely lost count at a number that was higher than what you estimated. I just love this little interaction here, and the facial expressions and stuff like that. Hey there, Jeremy. I hope things are going well. It's cool looking at getting a close-up of Blackbeard too. He's got his bottle of rum in his hand. It's funny, the clouds in the background are still moving, and the water is still moving. It's so funny. For those who are wondering how I'm making the game pause in cutscenes like this, where there's no HUD elements or anything, or having to switch to a different screen, like a pause screen or something like that, the reason is I'm streaming on my PlayStation 5, and there's a button that if you hold it down, it takes a screenshot. But if you just press it, it brings up a menu to take a screenshot, but other options as well. And so when I do that, it actually pauses the cutscene. It pauses the characters, it pauses the dialogue, it pauses whatever things might be moving in terms of like the ships and stuff. But what it doesn't make stop moving is the clouds that we see passing by in the background, or the water effects that you can see on the surface of the water as well. But yeah, doing this has come in real handy for this game and this playthrough, because I'm wanting to pause the cutscene. Especially, it's great to be able to pause it when what you're actually talking about or referring to is literally stuck on the screen. Because sometimes there's so much stuff that's happening, facial expressions of a character, a quick glance that they give someone, these little things here and there that can be very easy to miss. And if you're wanting to point it out to someone, it's not like you can necessarily rewind unless you're using a video of footage that you've gotten of the game, of course. But otherwise, you can't just rewind and then go back to the facial expression. So being able to pause it like this is really cool. And I'm curious now which other games streamed on the PlayStation 5 will have this effect. And the other bonus is that I can still actually talk through the microphone when this is paused and still have my voice come through, which is another aspect that came in handy for this story-focused playthrough where I'm talking about the stories, talking about the characters, and talking sometimes about their motivations or what they might be thinking, and little bits of dialogue that I really like, and references to things, and also foreshadowing of stuff and calling back to other things that happened earlier and all that kind of thing.
You've stepped up a rung. So, any luck finding medicines here?
Nothing round this spot, sadly. But there's a few wrecks yonder that ain't been scoured by nothing but crabs and coral.
I'll have a look.
Edward? Edward, is that you? My goodness, the West Indies is a compact place.
Hello, Bob.
Shit, I messed up the pausing of that. I pressed the button before it switched camera angles, hoping to get a close-up of Stede Bonnet. Okay, so Edward hasn't seen Stede, and Stede hasn't seen Edward for quite a bit of time in the game's story. The last time that Edward and Stede Bonnet interacted, Edward was going to infiltrate the mansion of Governor Torres when he was governor back then, because he was paid a certain amount of money, thinking that it would be more for doing the pretending to be Duncan Walpole and giving them what they want. He was expecting more money. And so the last time that either of them saw each other, that was what was happening. Earlier, Stede didn't suspect... Well, he suspected that Edward was a pirate at the start, but his suspicions were eased and then were gotten rid of once Edward was able to convince him. And it wasn't that hard to convince Stede, because Stede isn't a character that's necessarily highly intelligent or anything like that. So he completely believed Edward when Edward told him that he was someone working for the king. And he told him his name was Edward. But when he said that his name was Edward, he also said that the name Duncan was just a name that he had come up with. So he told that to Stede, and Stede was fine with that. And the last time they saw each other, Edward said the word pirate, but then corrected himself and said privateer. But Stede didn't notice, because he was still trying to prevent Stede from knowing that he actually was a pirate. So anyway, fast forward to now, and we see that Stede Bonnet, upon seeing Edward, is surprised to see him, but not because, pardon me, he now obviously sees that he's a pirate, but because it's been a long time since he's seen him. But at the same time, too, knowing that he's a pirate now, doesn't change his mind about Edward either. And I was talking about that earlier in this playthrough when we first met Stede Bonnet, that later on, when he sees Edward after so much has transpired, that he doesn't get angry at Edward. He doesn't say, hey, you lied to me. You told me that you weren't a pirate, anything like that. He's just very, very happy to see Edward. And because I interrupted his dialogue and the exchange, I'm going to reload the checkpoint so the cutscene can play. But yeah, Stede has now joined Blackbeard's crew. And it's not like a long-lasting kind of thing, but he has made the decisions that ended up bringing him to this point. And he was someone that was talking earlier to Edward in the story about, like Edward told him about the observatory and how the device was something that could allow people to see and hear what people were actually seeing and hearing. And Stede was like, imagine my wife with such an advantage over me, and makes that comment. And he's definitely been excited about the prospect, or was excited about hearing about the prospect of, becoming a pirate and the kinds of things that it would actually allow him to do and experience. And so, yeah, now we have him. And, of course, he's got an eye patch on, but he's wearing it without pulling the patch down. But it's something that he keeps up. We never see him with it down. So I don't know if Steed knows that he's supposed to put it down or what. But anyway, Phantom, when you need money, you just look for sugar and rum. Man of Wars. That's definitely a good tactic. Crooked Bonnet, the most ruthless of pirates. He sure is. The very mention of his name to this day causes people to shudder because they're like, he was the most ruthless pirate that ever existed. We need to make sure that anyone who mentions him is steered clear of because they might curse us with the spirit of Stede Bonnet. Stede Bonnet might decide to come upon you during your sleep and basically steal all your money and steal your home, so much so that he could do it in your sleep and you wouldn't realize your house had been stolen away from you until you woke up. He would have Skyrim levels of thievery at his disposal. Jeremy, have you watched Our Flag Means Death? I haven't, Jeremy, no. But it's cool that there was something else that included Stede Bonnet as a character in something that's obviously about pirates. So I thought that was kind of cool. The actor who plays him, I can't remember his name, but he's just so hilarious. I remember he played, I think he played the boss of one of Adam Sandler's characters in one of his movies as well. I can't remember which movie it was though. But yeah, I haven't actually watched that that show. Is it still going, or did they sort of just do a season or two and it's finished? Phantom Steed was called the Gentleman Pirate, and gentlemen do not get angry openly. Yeah, I mean, that might be true, but I don't think the reason he's not angry at Edward for telling him he was a pirate is because of that. I just think that naturally he's been around pirates for so long that he doesn't see pirates as being bad anymore, or being something that you shouldn't, associate with. So he's fine with seeing that Edward turns out to actually be a pirate as well. So I'm going to unpause this and I'm going to reload the checkpoint because I stopped while Edward was talking.
Devil in his hole, Thatch. This is a darling galley. 32 guns, is it?
I lost count at 40.
You've stepped up a rung. So, any luck finding medicines here?
Nothing round this spot, sadly. But there's a few wrecks yonder that ain't been scoured by nothing but crabs and coral.
I'll have a look. Edward? Edward, is that you? My goodness, the West Indies is a compact place.
Hello, Bonnet. A surprise seeing you out here?
I met Mr. Thatcher a month or so ago, and he offered to take me under his yardarms, so to speak. Says I must wash the hayseed from my hair before I'm a true pirate.
Well, good luck to you then. Worse men have become better under Blackbeard's watch.
Damn it. I wanted to stop on when Steed coughed after drinking. Fucking hell, my timing sometimes. But yeah, it's those little moments with Steed are really endearing, So he's like, I'll take a swig of this rum, swig, kind of thing afterwards, which I find quite funny. Just some of his facial expressions, especially at the end of cutscenes. Like earlier, there was the end of the cutscene when he first met Edward, and as he's going off, he makes this really funny facial expression before walking off camera, and then the cutscene goes into the next shot. But yeah, Stede Bonnet and what he does there always makes me crack up.
They're fearful sights to us, sir.
I've never thought to do this before. The game probably won't let me. Cool, the game will let me climb on this ship. Nice. Right. I'm now the captain of this ship. Okay, so I thought it would be so cool if Blackbeard and Steed were actually... You could interact with them on their ship here and hear their dialogue, but nope. Which is a bit of a shame. I was hoping for that, because I don't normally do this. Jeremy, I think you'd enjoy the show. It's really funny. The cast is great. Yeah. Yeah, the trailer, because I remember seeing the trailer for it. And it looked quite hilarious. What a glitch.
Captain's helm!
Loose and catch the wind! Get them aloft! Douse all sail!
Loose tops and royals!
Alright, so we're in Sequence 6, Memory 1, Diving for Medicines. Edward explores the wrecked Spanish fleet with his diving bell.
Not far now,
Look
Captain.
here, sir! There's something in the water!
Ease off the wind!
He's pretty lucky there not to get crushed by that. So he's found some medicine, but as we will see, it's spoiled by this point and is useless. Normally there's music there, so it's interesting to do this part as well without any music.
Ahoy! Any luck? I found one crate hidden beneath a school of sharks. Sadly, the elixir inside is quite spoilt.
There we go. So as we can see, the medicine is actually useless. if you look at Blackbeard, you can see him start to do the process of having the sparks coming off the brim or around his pirate hat as well, which it leads into one of the best actual Blackbeard scenes in the entire game, I would say. There's a lot of good ones, but I still think this is the best one, with him revealing his tactic to scare others out on the open seas as part of his Blackbeard persona. And Stede Bonnet is the perfect character, of course, to have in this moment, because he makes an example out of Stede Bonnet, and the effects that he's trying to instill in other people is definitely something that matches the reaction that Stede will have in this moment. So I thought I'd stop it here and then talk about it now before actually getting to the point where we see it happen, because I want that to play without me stopping it. But it's one of my favorite Blackbeard moments in this whole game. There's definitely a lot of other moments that are really cool too, as well. But this one is one of my favorites.
Plague and perish. Will we steal medicines now?
Remember the pardon, Thatch. We're to be subtle.
Says Ornagold, a pirate, now too proud to call himself one.
He prefers caution to cannons.
Caution's nothing without charisma. For if a man plays the fool, then it's only fools he'll persuade, but appear to be the devil. And all men will submit.
And would you be the devil?
For an audience. Aye. It's all a big show. Give your quarry something to fear. Some hellish thing from a fevered dream. And men will drop to their knees, pleading for their lord before aught else.
Oh, God. Looks fine.
Of course it does. You can find a quiet way to acquire medicines. Tell me soon. Otherwise, I'll handle it myself.
And there we go. It's interesting with that part without the music too. But for this playthrough, I wanted the focus to be on the dialogue. But yeah, there's definitely music that plays there as well. And it's very, very fitting what we're actually seeing happen there. So he's able to scare the shit out of Stede Bonnet, even though Stede knows who it is. It's not like Stede completely forgets that he's, in front of Blackbeard. But Blackbeard is able to so strongly scare the shit out of him that it makes him crap himself, understandably so. And I just love how the look on Edward's face when he's like, and so would you play the devil, And you can see that Blackbeard was glancing over at Stede a couple of times, so he was formulating the idea in his mind, what he was going to do. And I like that kind of stuff. It plays back into the idea of when you're doing cutscenes and stuff, your characters aren't simply just blinking and talking. There's actually other things to make them do, which can actually help paint a picture of certain things. And the way that he glances over at Stede a couple of times before he goes over to him and is like, plead before the Lord, before all else, that kind of thing. Before that moment, he has a look, and then he's like really intense, and then he deflates after that. He's like, Edward says his line, and then he's like, of course it does, and completely relaxes, and Stede is able to completely relax as well.
Reef! Short and all sail!
Let's do a check for database entries. Okay, so there's been a new one for people, but I want to get the exclamation marks off the other categories before we look at that. Okay, what has been updated for people? Was it him? Yes, I haven't read about Jack Rackham yet. Cool. We'll do that now. Jack Rackham, born 1682 in Jamaica, died not yet. Of the few infamous pirates to call the West Indies his birthplace, Jack Rackham was born in Jamaica at the height of Port Royal's boom as a den of scoundrels. This would likely explain his atrophied moral compass, for he was frequently drunk, rarely serious about anything, and always chasing women. He used his outrageous and offensive charm to keep out of most trouble. But a strategist and fighter he was not. Nicknamed Calico for his affinity for Indian and Asian prints, he was a terrible sailor and a worse pirate, given to flights of fancy and myopic ideas that served only himself, rather than solid strategic thinking. He was likely drunk for half of his adulthood and had a weakness for women that trumped all basic needs, such as sleeping or eating. His disarming charm, dashing good looks, and his swift wit carried him far, but parties can only last so long before someone has to clean up after them. And Bonnie. Born in 1702 in Ireland, died not yet. Anne was barely a teen when she left her native Cork in Ireland for the British colonies, and by 16 she was en route to West Indies at sight of her new husband, Mr. Jack Bonnie, a gentle but sturdy young man in his early 20s. The pair arrived in Nassau in April of 1716, settling down with an unclear idea of what shape their lives might take. Jack eventually found work on one of the small plantations there, while Anne cultivated her ability to loaf and daydream. Unfortunately, her beauty, aloofness, and her incredible indifference to propriety made her the object of more romantic attention than she had ever known or cared for. Within a year of arriving in Nassau, the Bonnies' marriage was in shambles, a union only in name. While Jack disappeared further into his work, Anne grew more confident and sociable, eventually taking a job as a barmaid at the popular Old Avery Tavern in the centre of Nassau. And though she took on a few lovers in the next few years, it was mostly out of envy and spite that the rabble of Nassau branded Anne a harlot and a tease. But with no high society to shun or shame her, Anne's desirability only increased on the strength of these rumours. Note, tread very carefully here and triple check any racy footage you get. 18-year-old and no exceptions, Olivia Garneau. Or how about we just don't go this route for once? DM. There we go. Is that covered? Sequence 6, Memory 2, Devil's Advocate. Edward and Adewale must find and protect Blackbeard from attacking British warships.
Loose and trim too! All sail! She'll take it! Douse the rope!
What the hell's happened here? Were you attacked?
Other way round. It were Blackbeard who struck first. Opened fire on a British man-o'-war, the pillock.
What in God's name for?
Still searching for medicines, but he's gone barmy if you ask me.
I'll bring him home.
Leave him, man. He's heaped this trouble on himself.
Alright, so Blackbeard has just openly attacked a British warship, which is showing how desperate for medicines that he's become, that he's agitated, obviously, understandably, and in doing so making rash decisions that are making more problems than solving any. And Benjamin Hornigold here is expressing how Edward should just let him go, that he's gone too crazy, that he shouldn't be someone that they worry about anymore. So that's one instance where we can see that Benjamin is probably still thinking that Edward himself has a hope for better, and so that leaving Blackbeard to his own devices would be a better route for Edward to take. But see, Edward is definitely still loyal to not only the idea of Nassau being a haven for pirates, but also still a believer in wanting to, be friends with Blackbeard. And he feels like he'll be able to actually be a calming influence on Blackbeard to stop him from doing something like that. But of course, it just escalates further when Blackbeard actively takes hostages to barter, or to use that as a bargaining chip to get some medicines and things like that. And Benjamin Hornigold also earlier said that they should lay low and not do any piracies. And the fact that Blackbeard just opened fire at all, let alone the fact that he opened fire, let alone open fire, but also open fire at a ship flying the king's flag. That's something where Benjamin is like, hey, we're supposed to lay low and all this kind of stuff. So this is where we are starting to really see the division between Benjamin Hornigold and Blackbeard happening, and that obviously ends up extending to all the pirates as a whole, and Benjamin Hornigold takes up the Templars' offer and basically betrays the other pirates. I just thought, let's go over to Ben's ship. Is he here? Can we see him? Yep. Nope, he's not. Damn it, game. I've never thought to even test going on the ships of other characters in the middle of memories to see if they have any dialogue until this playthrough. So it's a bit sad that there's no extra dialogue you can get in that regard.
Captain has the helm.
Unfurl mains, let's move!
Captain, there's a wreck yonder. Looks recent.
I see it. Let's hope Thatch hasn't come to the same end.
Do not leave them muzzled.
Trim the yards off the wind!
Ahoy aloft! Bring it all in!
Loose main sails!
Loose all! Hearty like!
Douse the gallants and royals!
Another bit of wreckage, Captain. This is looking grim.
Aye. Keep your eyes peeled. Blast. This is getting well out of hand.
A dozen crates of medicine should not be so hard to come by.
That ain't my meaning. It's Thatch and Hornigold and this pointless feud of theirs. Can't you feel it?
I do, aye. But both men have their hearts in a good place. Both want the best for the people of Nassau.
But is that the best course for us? Saving a city that ain't worth much? We're not men made to govern. We take and spend and live heartily wherever we go.
What solution would you propose?
The answer's in wealth and power, not politics. If we found the observatory, we'd see enough money to buy the whole of England. Or it might be we'd lord over these kings and emperors like they was peasants themselves.
A lot of large talk, Captain. But is it your crew you sail for, or yourself?
I mean the best for these men, Ade, I do. But this don't sit right. I feel like I'm running errands, not living my life.
There's a great conversation between Adewale and Edward just there. And Adewale commenting on Ed Thatch and Benjamin Hornigold and saying that their hearts are in the right place. So in that way, they're a bit equal. You know, they both want the best for Nassau and the people of it. It's just that they differ on how to get that to happen. Ed Thatch is wanting to do it by the way of basically coercement and also sabotage and theft to get medicines to keep Nassau afloat as well. Whereas Benjamin Hornigold is looking for a better approach to that. And when Adewale says both of their hearts are in the right place, he definitely is right. It's just that as we see the divide happen further, they go their separate ways and become more extreme and all that kind of stuff. Edward's dialogue there about how the answer is in money and power, not politics. So Edward is, questioning the idea of Nassau when he's talking about, keeping a city afloat that don't, like when he says that about, he's talking about Nassau. So he at least has as part of his thinking the thought process of, maybe we do need to look beyond Nassau. However, he backs that up with the answer is in wealth and power. So Edward is still prioritizing wealth and power. And one of the things that he wants to do is become really, really wealthy. And the way that he's been going about that is creating all these sort of like side effects and issues, and also these things that have a big impact on stuff later on down the line as well. And he still holds on to the idea of, if only we can get that observatory, if we can get to the observatory and take it over and have that device in our power, then we could actually sell it to anyone who's willing to buy it, and that would then set us up for life, and we could go back to England, and live out our lives as rich. And Adewale asks a very important question of Edward. It's like, is it the crew you sail for or yourself? Which is a very valid sort of question that Adewale is asking Edward. And in some ways, Adewale represents the conscience of Edward embodied in a character. And this question, when Edward thinks about it, his answer in saying that he feels like he's just running errands, not living his life. And I think all of us at some point can relate to that kind of feeling. Like, it might be a job that you're working and you have goals to get a better job, but it just seems like you're going nowhere in getting that better job, and you feel like you're stuck doing just the same thing that you don't want. Or it might be something different as well. It might be a place you're living in. It might be any number of things. And Edward is feeling like he's just running errands, that he's not actually living his life. Like he has the ability to live life the way that he sees it, which for some people is a lot. You know what I mean? Like, to simply have the ability to have the freedom to do what you want is definitely something that a lot of us would like. Obviously, it depends on what you're doing with those freedoms as well. Obviously, there are bad things that people can do with their freedoms, and there's good things that people can do as well. And Edward being a pirate, of course, he's looking out for number one, and in a way, he's trying to quieten down any part of himself that might be thinking otherwise about, the pursuit of the money, or give him a rationalization of why he's doing what he's doing as well. And his conversation with Adewale here is one of those ones that gives you an idea of where Edward is sitting at this point in his life, what his thought processes are. And have a character like Adewale to bounce that off of was a really good idea, instead of doing a situation where Edward is just talking to himself. But having Adewale there as his quartermaster and representing his conscience, in some ways it's like symbolically that Edward is talking to his conscience, and there's, you know, two warring sides of him. The side of him that you know, wants to gain as much money as he possibly can, but also the side of him that wants the best for the people that are close to him. You know, like when he says, you know, I want the best for these people, like for the crew, the Jackdaw. He really does, but he just feels like he's running errands and not living his life. So there's some very interesting and important bits of dialogue that happen in this exchange, and it's another reason why Adewale is such a great character too, because he can act for Edward as not just, you know, his conscience in a way, represented as a character, embodied in a character, but he's also someone that can have straight talk between the two of them, where they can both be honest about how they feel about things. And that's something that Adewale definitely is able to do, and it's something that if he was under Benjamin Hornigold, like if he was part of the crew of Benjamin Hornigold's crew, he would probably be the one that they were getting to do all the you know, the worst jobs that you could do on a ship just out of spite, you know, because of his skin color. Because as we've established, or has been established, Benjamin Hornigold definitely does not like people of color. His first reaction to seeing Adewale when Edward introduces him is to say to Edward, trying to be quiet, but also not caring if Adewale hears him or not, says to Edward, you trust him with a gun, with a pistol, do you? You know, so that's another aspect of Benjamin Hornigold's character that I don't know many people actually pick up on or point out. But Adewale being on Edward's crew, and being a quartermaster, he's given the respect that is due of a quartermaster, and he wouldn't get that on Benjamin Hornigold's ship. So it's good that Adewale is with Edward and a member of his crew. And as I was saying earlier at the start of this stream, we had a moment between Adewale and Edward where he was basically chastising Edward for wanting to use the Templars and to use the slave trader Lawrence Prins as a way to, you know, to barter and get sort of like some money from as well. And Adewale eventually breaks away from Edward and isn't his quartermaster anymore. Not an enemy to him or anything like that, but Adewale has finally reached the point where he's like, I can't carry on doing the things that I've, you know, been standing by Edward doing. You know, I need to follow my heart and follow where I feel is the best. And so he decides that he wants to become an assassin. And that's definitely important because in Freedom Cry, by that point, he's well and truly an assassin as well. But yeah, this conversation gives you a bit more insight into what Edward's thinking at this time. And he's still obviously wanting to make as much money as possible, but he's starting to see beyond Nassau as the place for it to be where he makes the money, and is like, hey, you know, we need to look at something that will give us heaps of money. So he's still got dollar signs in his eyes.
Let out some sail! More sail! All sail!
Close down! Man your ship! Storm captain!
Larboard!
Looks bad!
Douse all but mains! Crowd it all on! Reef the topsails and
That
gallants!
wind's no small gale, sir.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Mains out! Let's go! Clues
Quite
up!
the squall
Eat
picking
her
up, Captain.
sticks!
Warship incoming, Captain! Frigates!
Haul in the stunsails! Crowd on every inch of sail!
Dark skies and rough seas there!
Ease off the wind! Clues down! Catch some wind!
Wind is shaping up for a big blow, sir.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall! As
It should be nearby, Captain.
Larboard! Floating booty there for the taking, sir. Those cross-jack yards already.
Larboard! Shipwrecked Jack ahoy! Still alive, Captain? Batten yourselves!
Starboard!
There it is.
Addy, see there?
It's her, Captain, the Queen Anne's Revenge. And she's in a bad way.
There's no time for a vote. Thatch is outnumbered.
The crew will understand. Beat the quarters, lads! We're sailing into hell! Crowd on all the sail we have!
We're head douse all but mains! Thatch is overwhelmed. I'm going ashore.
I'll keep the jackdaw circling.
Let's see if Edawali says anything if we don't go straight away.
Oh, God! Some aid here! Edwards, please! Hang in there, Bonnet. Keep your arms up and your back to the sea. You stirred up a nest of trouble, Thatch.
In service of a noble cause!
Medicines, I hope you mean.
Aye! A galleon nearby. And if we crack these lobsters quick, we might catch up to her. And all your book learning prepare you for a scuffle of this sort, Mr. Bonnet.
Oh, not in the least, no.
For certain, there's more to be learned by doing than reading. Remember that.
You don't do nothing subtle, do you, Thatch?
Legends ain't born from mildness.
Gentlemen, our galleon has reappeared. Heads up!
Back to my ship, quick as you please. She'll not slip away now.
Oh, this is too much!
I'll see you back to your jackdaw when the smoke is cleared. But for now, I need a helmsman.
Call it out.
Loose the mains! And head straight for that bloody ship. We'll have our medicines in little time at all.
Let's see what happens if we don't take the wheel straight away. I mean, the ship's going. Hey there, Octa. Dope this game is. So glad that we don't have to loot soldiers like this. Yeah, I mean, I don't personally mind, but I can see why others... It's like with Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, I don't mind the looting animation you have to go through. But there's definitely advantages in just pressing the button once and all the loot that's around the character just gets picked up instantly.
Up on French leave, is he? Mate won't take to your humbugging. Heave to, lads!
Kenway!
Hit him there, sir! That'll wipe him out! Look, Cabot! Put a shot right through there! You're shot on powder, Captain!
She's cracked, lads! Send him to hell! Find the captain and end this. Nation seize my soul if I give you quarter!
Oi! Stand still! Bastards in this sight!
Find the captain and end this, Kenway! Send them to hell! Damnation seize my soul if I give you quarter!
You're in my sight, sweetheart!
Got a clear shot on
Send them to hell!
Quicker! Idiots trying to lose us!
Find the captain and end this, Kenway!
Alright, so Thatch doesn't have any more different dialogue.
I'm not a man accustomed to murder, Captain. And if you'd taken quarter, you'd not be seeping now.
Sack a muzzle, gobshite. You'll be hanged and sun-dried, just as them there were in Boston.
The King's called for a pardon.
Captain, we've searched the hold. It's a middling take, but the medicine we found bears a Charlestown stamp.
Thank you, Mr. Hans.
We cannot resupply Nassau out here by force and accident alone. We should go to Charlestown for the lot.
Hello? Are we victorious? I fear I am not built for the fatigue and care required to live as a man of fortune.
Meet me in Charlestown. 1 month from today.
I've got another playthrough going that when a character tells Edward to meet them in a certain amount of time, I had to wait that amount of time in real life to do the next part of the story on stream. And the next and final stream for that playthrough will be the 6th of January. And when I resume that playthrough, it'll be 4 months since the last point in time in the game's story that events happened. I've made one exception to the rule in that playthrough where it has to be a character telling Edward a certain amount of time, and I've made it the passage of 4 months that happens after Edward gets arrested And before he gets rescued by Arthur Bai, the next stream of that playthrough on the 6th of January will be 4 months since the event where Edward was left to hang in the gibbet. And so that playthrough will be finished by that point. But yeah, when I got to this point in that playthrough, when Blackbeard says, meet me here 1 month from today, I actually waited a month of real time before doing the next part of that playthrough. There's just some info on it and a clip of the last recap that I did in the last stream of it. And the stream before that one was 2 months before. So I had to wait 2 months before the previous stream for that playthrough, before actually continuing the story on.
Give me some speed! We ride the wind for all she's worth!
Alright, so we've done the first 2 memories of Sequence 6. There's another memory left to do in Sequence 6.
Let out some...
You can also find the actual streams of those on my YouTube channel where I export the VODs.
Trim the yard! Hey-o, Bonnet! Flying your own flag at last.
Yes. Yes, Blackbeard cut me loose, sadly. Time to have a go at this myself.
Well, that's grand.
Yes, it's for the best, I think. I should have some wild stories when next we meet. Edward! Your constant friendship has been my most treasured find on these seas. Well above gold and silver and rum, I prize the courage you have inspired in me this year. Thank you, sir. A fair good morrow to you.
There we go. That's the last time that Edward sees Stede Bonnet alive. Stede has obviously outgrown the usefulness in the eyes of Blackbeard, who has let him go. And so now Stede Bonnet wants to actually be a pirate captain himself. And that leads him, of course, ultimately to get arrested eventually and then executed by hanging or killed by hanging. And it's quite, sad, because at this point, if you've never played the game before, you've got no idea that, you won't see Stede Bonnet again. There's actually some dialogue that can be missed if you don't go to the spot where it happens, or you do, but the guards are already alert and you're in a combat situation that actually talk about Stede Bonnet. So I'll definitely be covering that when we get to it as well. And it tells you what happened to him and how he died and all that kind of stuff. But it's just so sad too when you think about this conversation, because Stede is, telling Edward basically that, he really, really appreciates the friendship that they've had and what he has inspired him to do and all that kind of stuff. And one of the reasons why Stede Bonnet is one of my favorite sort of like side characters in this game is because he may be a side character, but there's a lot about his character that show how in this time period of, people being rough and, a lot of pirates obviously being like that you have someone who's a pirate who's not. And obviously that's based on the real Stede Bonnet, the fact that he was known as the gentleman's pirate and all that kind of stuff. But there's certain moments that are very endearing towards the player with Stede Bonnet as well. And he might be a bit silly, he might be a bit, not 100% fully there in certain ways, but he's definitely someone that I always feel sad about at this point in the story, and obviously finding out that he dies the way that he does as well. So yeah, this is the last time Edward will see Stede Bonnet alive, and the last time Stede will see Edward alive. So I'm glad that at least what would become the final parting between the two is one where Stede is able to basically tell Edward how much he inspired him and how much he appreciated his friendship. Even though they haven't been constant friends in the sense of catching up every week or something like that, but they're definitely a friendship there. And yeah, it's sad to see. But yeah, that's the last time we see Stede Bonnet alive as well. You don't get to see the cutscene, you don't get to see him getting killed or anything like that. It's just dialogue that you hear from two guards talking about it. But we'll get to that when we get to that point in the story.
Are you not loved, Dawn? Are you not wanted by your wives and families and countrymen? How else to explain your government's complete disinterest in your well-being? Hostages for medicines! These were my only terms. And yet, 6 days of pure fucking silence. So I must conclude that you men are the pariahs of Charlestown, and I would profit better by using your organs for chum and your bones for char.
Now look at that expression. Earlier, Benjamin Hornigold had said to Edward that you may as well just let Blackbeard go because he's gone balmy, gone crazy, gone, maniac, psychotic kind of thing. And we see now that after all this time and the fact that the medicines that he wanted for Nassau haven't been given, you got to remember too that a month has actually passed as well since we saw Blackbeard last, when he said goodbye to Edward. And so it's now a month afterwards, and we see how desperate he's actually become, where he's taking hostages, and obviously they're not going to bow to his demands because they don't want to be seen as being weak in the eyes of others, in contrast to the pirates. And we just see how far gone Blackbeard has gone in his pursuit of getting those medicines. He's gone from being very sort of maybe if we go diving for wrecks, we can find some medicines and all that kind of stuff. Now, granted, Edward has a part to play in this because he's the one that said to Blackbeard, we should go to Charlestown for the rest. But it's Blackbeard who has well and truly taken the whole situation to one of the most extremes that you could. And he's definitely extra pissed at the fact that his demands aren't being met, and his poor captives are obviously scared out of their minds. Definitely a great expression. I just wish that the subtitles weren't on the screen. It'd make a really cool screenshot otherwise.
By Christ! This is my predicament. To kill you, or to press you into my service. It's a decision I'll make hardly, but not with remorse. Ahoy, Edward.
What the hell are you doing, man? All of Charleston can see this mess.
It's the idea. Out of range, but well in sight.
So where's the medicine?
I sent a party ashore to barter with the governor. That were a week ago. No noise since.
I'll handle it. Give me a day.
There's movement up ahead. Is it soldiers?
Aye, and in something of a hurry. I propose we follow, else they spring something we ain't ready for.
What's your thinking?
Blackbeard's been at this 8 days already. So it's a good bet someone out there has prepared the medicines. Just in case.
Ah, but they're stalling. Thinking up ways to avoid paying it out.
Aye, so let's find where they've gathered and hope for the best. Loose the stunsail.
Careful, Captain. We're drifting close to a watchtower.
Clue up, shorten sail.
That door's got no business sailing such shallow waters.
It'll be a bloody miracle if we ain't spotted.
Trim to, catch the wind.
There's another watchtower.
What's the captain thinking? This fog shifts will have nowhere to turn.
Keep her at half sail, Captain. Speed'll do us no favors here. Careful with the banks. We cannot pass them undetected, Captain. And there is no other way.
There's always another way.
All stop!
Just want to wait and see if there's any dialogue if we don't do this straight away.
To forget what's owed me, I assure you. But he's a good lad. Be patient. Yes, we did. Fathom how that'd work, to tell you true. But she's a bright lass, I don't doubt it. That Bampot, eh? If I caught him anywhere near my horse, I'd give him a scalp at lug he'd not soon forget.
Well, used to be. But I'd heard it was to be protected. So as to ensure a supply of tall oaks for the Royal Navy, no doubt.
That Bampot, eh? If I caught him anywhere near my horse, I'd give him a scalp at lug he'd not soon forget. He still owes me the best part of £3. I'm not a man to forget what's owed me, I assure you. But he's a good lad. I can be patient.
Shit! Alarm! Alarm! Get the bastard!
You only desync in this situation if they ring the bell. You can be detected and you won't desynchronize. But if they get to the bell and ring it, you'll get desynchronized.
He has hit the rum too hard.
Nice. He has hit the rum too hard.
Let's get moving.
I don't know if you're still watching Crooked, but that'd be a funny soundbite to have.
I see them. Over there. Let us hope the river remains this wide.
This ship's built for the open ocean, not stalking bayous.
More sail. All we've got. Come off the wind somewhat.
If we run aground here, we may never get out.
Let's get moving.
Be sure they don't spy us trailing them. Steady as she goes, Captain.
Haul down. Reef the mains.
Alright, so I've actually clipped it. So there's a clip of the guy saying he's hit the rum too hard.
Loose the mains. Trim to. Catch the wind.
They're getting away, Captain.
Then I'll have to go on without her. I'll be back. With the medicines.
Aye, sir.
Let's see if he says anything now if we don't go straight away.
Martha! Eat it!
It's your turn at the oars. The devil is. I rode last time. Aye, and wagered your next turn on a poor hand of cards, as I recall. Blast. So I did. Come on, then. The captain's waiting. If the reptiles don't finish us, it'll be these damnable insects.
Aye. The mosquitoes will suck every last ounce of vitality from us. You think it's true what they say about Blackbeard? That fire strikes out from his head, as if from some volcano?
If he's not the devil himself, then surely he's made some pact with hell. Only be thankful his ship remains anchored, and hasn't torn a path into the heart of Charlestown.
Bloody pirates. Someone ought to do something.
They'll be hunted down eventually. Every last one of them.
that there? 2 old gators come for their supper.
Right, me old mucker. Bit warm tonight, isn't it?
We'll talk about our weather another time, mate. Bit of a hurry.
That motherfucker.
If heat or the reptiles don't finish us, it will be these damnable insects.
Aye. The mosquitoes will suck every last ounce of vitality from us. You think it's true what they say about Blackbeard? That fire strikes out from his head, as if from some volcano?
If he's not the devil himself, then surely he's made some pact with hell. Only be thankful his ship remains anchored and hasn't torn a path into the heart of Charlestown.
Bloody pirates. Someone ought to do something.
They'll be hunted down eventually. Every last one of them.
Who's that there?
2 old gators come for their supper.
Right, me old mucker. Bit warm tonight, isn't it?
We'll talk about our weather another time, mate. Bit of a hurry.
Not worth the effort.
This blockade best end soon. I'm going land crazy, and this dirty puddle won't do.
One would suppose all this was for gold. Or rum, at least.
Nothing but medicines to cure whatever ailments fester aboard their vessels.
Syphilis and scurvy, no doubt. What noxious coffins these pirate ships must be.
What was that? It was a crocodile, wasn't it? It's coming straight for us. I can feel it.
You seen any crocodiles tonight? I could have sworn I saw something past the boat.
Nope. Quiet night.
Are you sure? I heard something in the water.
Quiet till you showed up. Go on then. Captain's waiting.
You! Stop!
Almost there.
Good. Captain Wyatt is not a patient man.
Hello! Is that Ryder yonder?
The very same.
Then speed along. You're expected. And you know how...
Oh, Christ!
It took him! It took him! I told you!
Just row! For God's sakes, row!
I told you there was something, didn't I tell you? Oh, God.
Let's just get out of here!
Oh.
Thank Christ. I thought we'd never make it. I apologize, sir. There was an accident. Private Simon! This crocodile.
I don't care about your accidents. What's the word from the harbor, soldier? Speak.
No change, sir. They're holding fast, but are yet to kill or maim any of the captives, near as we can tell. Perhaps it's time to...
To surrender? I've been entrusted with the affairs of the town, and I do not intend to bow to the demands of a pirate, no matter how fierce his reputation.
Yes, sir.
As long as the supply key is with me, no man shall touch that medicine. May plague and calamity strike them all.
Bloody idiot.
What? Pirates! The ship's here! Pirates! Fall back to the mansion! I'll have at ya!
He's lost his senses.
He's over there!
Interloper,
Help!
raise the alarm!
Someone's after the captain! Intruder! Help!
Do something!
You can't get past me.
Say hello! Do something, you fools! Careful with the gunpowder barrel! Stop!
Don't hit the gunpowder!
Somebody shoot him!
You're not losing us!
Going for the captain! Stop him! I've got a clear shot! You! Kill him! Kill him!
I've got a shot!
I've got a
There's
dead
an
man.
intruder!
What the hell?
Hey! He's trying to play us!
Somebody shoot him!
What's going on?
Oh, God. Oh, God, save me. And flay all you devils. Ah!
Blackbeard made you as good an offer as ever a man got from any pirate. You might curse his methods, but medicine was all he wanted. And now he'll get it. You should have bartered, mate.
Great line from Edward.
He has returned, Captain!
What's the take?
2 crates. And the means for mixing additional doses.
That's right thinking. Precious little of that these days. You hear that, Mr. Rags? My young friend returns with offerings and so saves your scrawny neck. Will you not thank him?
We should quit these waters, Thatch. The governor, he's bound to muster more soldiers.
Right, you go on ahead. I got some business in the north.
You're done, aren't you? Giving up on us? On Nassau?
Look, lad. I'm late into my 4th decade on this earth. And if I don't find some means to make the 5th a quiet and cozy voyage, I'd rather sink to the devil's doorstep than call myself captain another year. We'll meet again, lad. In this world. Or the one below.
Or the one below. It's ironic that when Edward returns with the medicines, that Thatch is like, that's right thinking. Little precious little of that these days. The irony of right thinking, given how extreme he went in getting the medicines and all that kind of stuff, which is probably not the best approach, the way that he did. So anyway, bringing the medicines back, he's able to actually save the hostages that Blackbeard has, and they've been like that for a week. So you can imagine that they would be very relieved to be able to finally be able to go. We don't actually see their fates. I would assume that they are let go, but maybe not. Or maybe they decide, hey, let's actually just stay as part of the crew. But in any case, Blackbeard has decided that he wants to retire now, and that he's almost 50 years old. So he wants to make sure that his 50s is a time where he can just, basically, I guess, relax and chill out and make it cozy and all that kind of stuff. Which, the next time we see Blackbeard, he won't be able to experience what that would have been like because he gets killed. But that line that he says about he's late into his 4th decade, and if he doesn't find a mean to make the 5th a cozy and, quiet or something, then he'd rather that not happen. Hey there, Carbon. Welcome on in. How's things going? Kenway, Blackbeard in real life wanted to avoid violence for as long as possible using the image he created. Yeah. Well, that's definitely something. Carbon, you've always been touched by Blackbeard when he basically says he needs meaning in his life. Absolutely, it's definitely something that... It's one of those lines of dialogue that has always stuck with me. There's just certain ones that, you know, whenever I play this game, they still have the strongest kind of like effect and still give me chills to this day. And for me, that's my indicator of when something is really, really special. If I can always, no matter how long it's been since I first saw something or played something, if even watching someone else play creates the same effect in me, then you know it's something that has really, really stuck with me as well. And this game has a lot of those moments, and that's definitely one of them. Kenway, you think he meant he was almost 40. 1 to 10 is the first, 11 to 20 is the second, 21 to 30 is the third, and 31 to 40 is the fourth. So late in his fourth decade should mean he is almost 40, and he wants to make 41 to 50 a comfortable one. Yeah, so from birth to the age of 10, that's 1 decade. From the age of 10 to 20 is 2 decades. From the age of 20 to 30 is 3 decades. And from 30 to 40 is 4 decades. And he says, I'm late into my 4th decade. So I still think that means he's getting close to 50. And that when he reaches 50, he'll enter his 5th decade. But maybe not exactly, you know, because I'm looking at the numbers, not necessarily the amount of days in the months, in the years, and that kind of stuff. Same for you as well, Carbon. Nice. It's always cool. There's so many movies and games that have that effect on me, whether I'm, you know, playing the game myself again. And that's some of the stuff that keeps me coming back over and over again, playing the same game multiple times. And, you know, this is one of those games where, like, I really wanted to show how much this game sort of, like, meant to me. And that's why there's been so many playthroughs of this particular Assassin's Creed game. Like, there's other games in the series that mean a lot to me, but there's just something about this game that really, really made me go, this is a special one. It's one of the reasons why this is my second favorite Assassin's Creed game. So I wanted to make this playthrough a very sort of like strong story-focused one as well, because it has such a great story, and Darby McDevitt's work on the narrative is just, you know, excellent. I don't know what happened in the Game Awards in 2013, but if this game didn't win any narrative-based awards, I think it should have done, because the writing in this is absolutely phenomenal. Kenway, Black Flag is so popular for that reason. That's true, and it's also a good starting point if people haven't played the other games in the series, because while it obviously has a lot of lore involved for those who actually have played the other ones before, people who are new, they are basically experiencing the story through the eyes of Edward, who isn't an assassin, isn't a Templar, so he's able to learn about both and see both sides of the conflict. And so new players to the series would have been able to gain that information as well through watching that. It's a very tough thing to pull off. It's like when you adapt it's like when you adapt a video game into a movie. Every single person has their own elements that they look at and they go, this is what makes the game what it is. And so if the movie adaptation doesn't have any of that, they can feel like they've been sort of like cheated out of stuff. But sometimes they're trying to make the movie able to be understood by people who don't know the source material. But sometimes they get that balance right, and you're able to get things that do change, but they still become effective. Like The Lord of the Rings, for example. The Lord of the Rings movies, from the standpoint of adapting the source material, they're not perfect. Like, there is potential for someone else to come along and adapt those in a way that is even more precise and accurate and all that kind of stuff. But I definitely would say that the Lord of the Rings movies are probably one of the most valiant efforts of adapting a story into a movie that has been done. And there's definitely purists out there who would say that any deviation from the novels would make it a bad adaptation. But there's certain things that I understand. Like, for example, for those who haven't read Lord of the Rings, Frodo, when he finds out about the ring and that it needs to be taken away from the Shire, in the movie, it's like, quick, we need to get this done. We need to get rid of it. We can't keep it. In the book, he's like, okay. Some decades pass. Maybe I should take this ring now. You can't do that in a movie, especially if you build up the ring to be this thing that people need to get rid of and very powerful. An audience isn't going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm sure that ring, it'll be fine for Frodo just to hang on to it for like 10 years or so. 10 years or so. I don't know exactly what it is in the novel, but Frodo is about 50 years old in Hobbit years when he actually goes on the adventure. Whereas in the movie, it has to happen, almost instantly. So there's changes like that I agree with. And there's also some changes where it can't be helped because you're telling a narrative with a pace and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, when you can adapt something and you can still get that good balance, it's definitely something that is hard to do. And so when you do a game like this, and it's so far into the series, because it may say Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, but if you were to actually look at all the main entries in the series and you were to apply a number to them, whether they actually had the number applied or not. For example, you've got Assassin's Creed and then Assassin's Creed 2. Instead of going straight to Assassin's Creed 3, it goes Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, then Revelations, and then 3. And then it goes Black Flag 4, right? So if we count, Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is essentially the third game, Revelations is the fourth game, Assassin's Creed 3 is the fifth game, so we're 5 games into the series already before this game actually came out. So getting the balance right of we need to cater to the fans, but we also need to cater to new people. So there might be some information that the fans already know, but they're important to be told in the story, because then people who don't know about them can actually grasp what it is. Using Assassin's Creed as an example, in taking a video game and turning it into a movie, the Assassin's Creed movie, I think it's a good effort. Is it amazing? Is it fucking awesome? No, of course not. It definitely has its issues. Are there things about it that I think is good? Yes. But it really, really struggled in that balance of making the narrative understood by people who are new, who hadn't played the games before, and also those people who already had. So there's a lot of information in the movie where players of the game are like, yeah, we know how it works. Move on to something else. But that has to be in there for the people who don't know anything about it to be like, right, okay, so what you're saying is he can actually experience memories of someone who died centuries before, and he experiences it in a simulation. I got it. Whereas fans are like, yeah, we know how the Animus works. You don't need to go through that. But they do, so there is some give or take as well. But they lean too heavily in the other side of the coin, which is like, we need to make it understood by other people, because they constantly keep pointing out to the viewer that the person in present time is experiencing in real time the memories of someone who lived centuries ago. They keep on cutting back to the present day character while he's experiencing the memories. And I think it's fine to do that once, maybe twice, but they do it more than twice. They do it probably 3 or 4 times. And by that point, it's like, look, we get it. We know how this works. We know that he's experiencing the exact same thing. And I understand when they do it, when he actually fully synchronizes with his ancestor, which is why what they could have done is have it happen once, and then in that important moment have it happen. But they have it happen in between the first time and that important moment, when Callum, the present-day character, finally, his mind is able to synchronize 100% properly with, and I'm even getting chills just saying this, being able to synchronize 100% properly with his ancestor in the memory when he finally does a leap of faith, which I'm still getting chills even talking about this, because the leap of faith is such a very important aspect of the Assassin's Creed franchise, not as a cool way to get down quickly, but there's also a philosophy and a meaning behind it. So I really like that about the Assassin's Creed movie, that they made a point to really, really make the fact that the leap of faith was happening to be very special. So that's a good example, but they still show it too many times, the character going, or showing the character that they're experiencing the memories at the same time. So you can do an overboard job of it as well. Crooked, I don't blame you, dude. You can really tell and see how much heart they put into this, and the cast is just chef's kiss. It really is. Like, every single character that they cast, everyone who is cast, like, there's not one person in this entire game's cast that I would even look at and say, yeah, they're probably not that good. Like, everyone just, it seems like everyone had fun as well. And that's what you want too. You know, there's no point getting someone who's not going to have fun work on something, because it can sometimes actually come through in their performance, which is not good for the integrity of the actual, you know, product. And there's examples of actors that weren't happy about their experiences making video games, like Ray Liotta, rest in peace. He had a tough time working on Vice City. I actually watched a video earlier that I'd never saw before where he won an award for that game. I don't know what award it was. It was back in like the early 2000s, so I don't know when the Game Awards actually officially started, but I imagine it was way after 2002. But he's someone that didn't have a great experience. There were a few other actors as well in GTA Vice City who actually had tough experiences making that game. But I would definitely say that Ray Liotta's performance as Tommy Vercetti, you wouldn't even know that he was having any behind the scenes issues or problems with Rockstar in production of that, because he was professional, and it just really comes across in his performance as well. But yeah, if someone's heart's not in something, it can be very easy for that to actually come through in their performance. So yeah, there's no point in getting people who aren't excited or having fun to actually work on something. But I imagine a lot of fun was had. I mean, number one too, if you're like a fan of pirate movies and stuff like that, it's you know, great to see that people who are hired sort of have that enthusiasm, and that, because some people it's just a job too, which is understandable. Sometimes they're like, yeah, I'm just doing this for some money. I don't really care about the performance. I don't care about the character. I don't care about the story. But when I'm interviewed for behind the scenes, I will act as if I am, but I'm not, you know. So there's definitely actors who are like that, where they're like, I'm just doing this for the money. I don't care about anything else. Just give me lots of money and I'll be fine. Michael Caine, who was in Jaws the Revenge, probably one of the worst movies ever made, he was asked, has he seen the movie? And he said something along the lines of, I've never seen the movie, but the house that it allowed me to buy has a great view that I can always see, or something along those lines. I can't remember the exact quote. But essentially, he's like, I didn't give a shit about the movie. I don't care enough about it to even watch the thing. I just care about the fact that it gave me this house that I'm enjoying. And things like that. Hey, Orochi, welcome. It won as Best Action Game in 2013. Oh, that's cool, because I've never actually thought to check before. Thanks for checking that, and that's cool that it won something. It's a shame it didn't win anything for narrative, but that's actually really cool. And I imagine that Tomb Raider 2013 would have been probably up for an award as well. And that's an action game too, so I'm just assuming, not having actually looked into it, but I'm assuming that Tomb Raider 2013 was also in that category for the best action game. Hey there, Intel. How's things been? Crooked, that's really sucks that the actors didn't get along well with Rockstar back then. It seems that definitely changed for the better. It has, for sure. There was another actor that worked on that, Burt Reynolds, on Vice City. He was also very, very, I think he was different to Ray Liotta in the sense that he was like really hating the actual like project kind of thing. So they really had rocky relationships, and even up until like 2008 when you had GTA 4 come out, like the actor who plays Nico Bellic also had issues with Rockstar, and Rockstar wasn't willing to pay, I can't remember exactly what aspect of the pay. Like obviously he got paid for his work, for his actual acting, but he didn't get any sort of like pay on the back end from money that the games had made, or that the game had made, or something like that. And I think Yeah. So, but I've seen interviews with the actors who were in GTA 5, and they have all had, and they even say that to this day, like, they well and truly by now could have been like, yeah, I just said that in interviews, but I really didn't like it. But they genuinely, whenever you see interviews of them talking about Rockstar, they genuinely talk highly of them. And so you would hope that they had learned from their mistakes with other actors previously to be like, hey, we need to give a lot more credit to these people who are performing our characters and all that kind of stuff. Intel, it's been okay, thanks. Just working and gaming. The usual. Hope all is well with you. Well, that's good. Hope that work hasn't been too stressful. What games have you been playing, Intel? And as with me, things have been going well. Been watching some YouTube videos about certain like ghost stories or strange phenomenon. So that was interesting. Something about this person who believes that for a moment they were in some alternate reality kind of thing, which I don't know where I fall on the side of the fence in terms of believing in that kind of stuff. But it was just interesting anyway. So I've been checking out some of that kind of stuff. And yeah, things have been going well. Crooked, like royalty checks, they're usually money the artists get depending on the success of the project. It could have been with that. I'll just have a look. Let's see. So Michael Holick plays Nico. He was paid about $100,000 for his voice acting and motion capture work over the course of about 15 months. So I mean, 100%. I mean, 100,000 is definitely a lot of money, but let's see. He was paid about $1,050 a day for his work on the game, about 50% more than the standard Screen Actors Guild. Now, this is from Wikipedia, so this definitely could be contested. Although he claimed it was still a fraction of the income he would receive from a film or television show performance, and that he was upset about not getting residuals from game sales, putting the blame on the union for not securing such agreements. Okay, so it's more the actual union as well. Let me see. Yeah. But it would seem that they've actually, you know, definitely gotten better with that kind of stuff.
Do you have a minute? I'm on my way upstairs. IDV wanted to talk with us about putting together a trailer using some of the footage you've been recording this past month. Take your time. I'll meet you by the elevator.
All right, Melanie's like, take your time, but let's see if she actually says anything else if you don't start moving. So we're now up to the third time that the game pulls you out of the Animus and to present day. I don't know if there'll be any differences in NPC dialogues, but we're definitely going to be getting some new dialogue from Melanie LeMay and John from IT as well in this part of the game. I've been checking also after the end of each sequence, exiting the Animus manually and checking for any new dialogue. But so far there hasn't been any new NPC dialogue, but who knows, maybe that has changed now that we're up to the third present day section. Until, it has. The weather hasn't been great recently, and you've been having a bit of trouble with your back, so you had a couple of weeks off recently, but you feel okay now. Sorry to hear about the trouble with your back that you've had, Intel. I hope that those couple of weeks has helped you recover from that as well. Kruger, it definitely sucks seeing how much the character you played added to the success, but not being rewarded for it. Well and truly, and I feel like the performance of Nico that Michael does is just really, really good. Like he does well the intensity of the character. You definitely believe the moments when Nico is angry and threatening and all that kind of stuff. But you also believe the moments where he acted Nico to be sympathetic and also to be talking about very sort of like sad situations that happen in his life. And that's something too that the game overall does a great job of as well. balancing those two aspects. So it's not the first game in the series to have a serious event take place or some seriousness to it, but it definitely matured. Like and this is the thing, you can still be making good work as a writer or whatever profession, even if you haven't gotten to the rank or the greatest heights yet, but you can still mature as someone in that kind of role. And so I feel like the writing of the GTA series started to become more mature with GTA 4, but they did a great job of still maintaining the crazy, chaotic satire that the series was and still is really, really well known for. The ironic thing is, though, the more that real life starts to take on characteristics of satire, but seriously, I imagine it's become even harder to actually do certain satire about certain present-day stuff. I mean, if you look at the trailer for GTA 6, they're definitely putting their finger on the pulse of things like how social media has evolved. Like, you look at the way social media was represented in 2008 in GTA 4, where it's just a flip phone, not a smartphone. You can access the internet from your phone, but it's very basic internet, and you still have internet cafes that you go to. Then you have GTA 5, which comes out in 2013, and you've got smartphones, so obviously they changed that, but then you've got things like Facebook, which was around already in 2005, and is obviously understandable they would put it in GTA 5, but you can definitely see that they're making commentary on Facebook and other social media things as well. And now with GTA 6, because we've had, TikTok and all this kind of stuff, they're actually leaning into that now. But the funny thing is, a lot of what they're actually showing is so true to life that one would think it's a documentary, documenting that kind of stuff. So I imagine the way that they have to think about these things now, they have to have a lot more cleverness in their writing to make it still feel satirical as well, when things are already satirical in real life without even necessarily it being engineered that way or the desired effect to be that way or anything like that. Intel, you're still achievement hunting, so you've been jumping around loads of games, 100%ing them. You just finished up the whole Borderlands series by playing the new Tales from the Borderlands. It wasn't great, just finished up Titanfall 2 last week. Titanfall 2 was amazing. Well, that's good that you're still going on the achievement hunt. That's something that I like achievements, but I used to be like, right, what achievements does this game have? Let's see what I can get. But nowadays I'm just like, whatever achievements I get. And it's actually made me feel more surprised when I get them, or they're being more kind of like rewarding feeling. So I felt it more rewarding to actually just come across one, especially when you look and you see it's one that is based on doing something specific, not something simple like just get through this sequence kind of thing. But
you didn't hear about the hacker? No, the hacker here at Abstergo. Who's Erudito?
It's just that group, They like to,
Like to what?
Nothing.
All right, so we've already, this is new dialogue that the NPCs have said in present day, which I hadn't heard before. But I'll have to hang back and just wait and see if it loops back around so we can get it from the start of the conversation, because I kind of walked in on that. But that's good, Intel, that you're still going on the achievements and that you got those games finished. I have never played a Borderlands game as well, and haven't played the Titanfall games, but it's good that the second one you really enjoyed. Hey there, Jardy. Welcome on in. Good morning to you as well. I hope things are going good. I'm keeping track of the NPC dialogues in present day as well, typing down what I'm hearing so that when it plays again, then I can see that I've already covered it on my list. So this dialogue between the NPCs about Erudito, I want to get that cleanly and also from the start of their conversation. So I'm going to just hang around and listen out for that and any other new ones that might happen.
damn this thing!
What is it with all these emails we're getting about heightened security?
Have you ever actually met this guy, John, the one down in IT?
Yeah, I think so. He's super arrogant.
Have you tried turning it off and back on?
Damn. For some reason, the dialogue that guy started with got interrupted by different dialogue. He's like, what is it with all these emails? And he's about to start saying something else, but then the dialogue that he was saying got cut off automatically and overridden by the other dialogue that we've already heard. It's like, thank you, game.
What's wrong with this?
You didn't get hacked, did you?
No, that was Sabrina. She's been on vacation for a while.
That's unsettling. To think we're not even safe where we work.
I know. 2 months ago, I left a couple of books on my desk, and they disappeared for a few days.
Stolen?
Well, someone returned them a few days later with a little note that said, thanks, but still, scary.
Not quite the same, though, is it?
Jardy, so you're saying that this is new dialogue. It means that somehow you changed the game to have this new conversations. Yeah, at certain points the game, when it takes you out of the Animus, and this is the third time it's done it, and after each sequence in the story has been done, I've also been checking if there's any new dialogue. And a lot of the NPC dialogue that I had already heard was happening before this point. We can still hear some of it, like that dialogue about I can't remember what they were actually saying now, but there was dialogue there that already had happened as well. But now that we've gotten to this point in the story where we get pulled out of the Animus again, some of the NPC dialogue seemingly is new. So all this talk about, you didn't get hacked, did you? No, it was Sabrina. That's unsettling. Books disappeared for a few days. They were stolen. No, someone returned them a few days later. And then, not quite the same though. Pardon me, I'm sort of like keeping notes of what dialogue we've actually heard in the playthrough in a list. Not word for word, just enough so I can look at it and go, already heard it. But there's some dialogue that through listening out for other dialogue I've already heard has played over and over again. So some of it I know just by actually hearing it, if I've already heard it before. But others, because it's been a while, I have to actually look at my list. Awesome, didn't know that since you're playing the game too. Yeah, so it's cool that they make some changes. Also on the screens as well, not every screen, but on certain levels of the Abstergo building that they're in, the actual visuals and text on the video screens will actually change to something different, depending on where you are in the story as well. Hey there, Brutus. How's things been? Welcome on in. Let's see this dude with the vending machine. I've taken note of his dialogue, but I wasn't seeing him.
Why?
Have you tried turning the vending machine off and then on again?
pour me concentrer uniquement sur les moments où il est en contact avec ces artefacts de marde. Quel partata.
She mentioned Ezio. I've already heard that dialogue before. It's not just one particular NPC that will have the same dialogue over and over again either. It also carries over to other NPCs. So if that dialogue that was automatically cut off automatically by other dialogue that we missed out on, most likely there'll be another NPC somewhere in the Abstergo building at this time that will say that dialogue. So I've taken note of a little bit of it. But there's also some talk of Erudito that we missed getting the start of as well. Brutus, things are good. Working 6 nights a week until Christmas. So 6 nights a week until Christmas time. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely not too far away now. I'm just looking at what date it is. It's the 9th. I'm glad to hear that things are going good. As for me, I'm doing well, making good progress in this game. The next sequence that we're up to in the story will be locked into Nassau for the sequence, so I won't be able to actually go anywhere else. But yeah, we're up to this part of the story now where you get taken out of the Animus again.
Hey. God, did I make a mistake last week? Sticking my nose where I shouldn't have.
What happened?
I had similar poking around the servers, I found a small bit of sequence data on Joan of Arc. Minutes after loading it up, security was at my desk.
Is that what happened? I saw them asking you questions.
Yeah. They confiscated my Animus key, and now my position here is under review.
Are you kidding? That's scary.
Interesting. So this NPC was poking around the servers and found something about Joan of Arc, and as soon as he basically uploaded it to wherever, they were like,
God, did I make a mistake last week? Sticking my nose where I shouldn't have.
What happened?
Poking around the servers?
Let's have a look at their screens. Okay, so nothing's changed there. I've been double checking the screens of the other Animus users in this present day part of the game, and they still have the battle for Havana and finding the sanctuary on their screen. So that might not be something that changes.
Poking around the servers, I found a small bit of sequence data on Joan of Arc.
You didn't get hacked, did you?
No, that was Sabrina. She's been on vacation for a while.
That's unsettling. To think we're not even safe where we work.
I know. 2 months ago, I left a couple of books on my desk, and they disappeared for a few days.
Okay, so we've heard that NPC dialogue before already. I was hoping for the one that was talking about Erudito to happen again.
Sticking my nose where I shouldn't have.
What happened?
Poking around the servers, I found a small bit of sequence data on Joan of Arc. Minutes after loading it up, security was at my desk.
Is that what happened? I saw them asking you questions.
Yeah. They confiscated... God, I wish I was researching a pirate,
The
not
highest
a
levels of
dull,
security
dreary,
clearance from 17 different
pre-romantic.
countries. Abstergo actually has a legal right to arrest and detain people too. It's crazy.
The dialogue with the guy on the phone, we've already heard before. But whatever they were saying, these three characters here didn't get the start of it.
God, did I make a mistake last week? Sticking my nose where I shouldn't have.
What happened?
Poking around the servers, I found a small bit of sequence data on Joan of Arc. Minutes after loading it up, security was at my desk.
Is that what happened? I saw them asking you questions.
Yeah. They confiscated my Animus key, and now my position here is under review.
Are you kidding? That's scary.
Did you see that detail out front this morning? Security guys?
Yeah, dressed like riot police, grabbing people's IDs.
They checked mine three times between the parking garage and my desk.
I wish I could say this was illegal, but they actually have a legal right to do this.
Really?
Yeah. With the highest levels of security clearance from 17 different countries, Abstergo actually has a legal right to arrest and detain people too. It's crazy.
You'll love that timing of two separate NPCs saying some of the exact same dialogue, triggering at the exact same time. Like, yeah, it's not surprising that there's more than one NPC that can say those dialogues, but the fact that the timing was so exact that two different sets of NPCs were saying the exact same dialogue at the exact same time.
God, did I make a mistake last week? Sticking my nose where I shouldn't have.
What happened?
Poking around the servers, I found a small bit of sequence data on Joan of Arc. Minutes after loading it up, security.
Stolen?
Well, someone
Alright,
returned them a few
these
days later
NPCs
with
were
a
the
little
ones
note
that talked
said,
about
"Thanks,"
Erudito.
but still,
I'm hoping it's not
scary.
just a one-off NPC dialogue,
Not
because if it is,
quite
that's
the same,
annoying.
though, is
So I
it?
wanted to get it from the start of the dialogue to the end of it.
What is it with all these emails we're getting about heightened security?
Have you ever actually
Why?
met this guy, John, the one down in IT?
Yeah, I think so. He's super arrogant.
Damn.
tried turning it off?
Why does it do that for? So fucking annoying. That dialogue that they talked about got cut off by their own other dialogue that they were saying. Alright, I've spent enough time... Oh, hang on. Here's two characters that I haven't checked
Not
the dialogue
quite
with.
the same, though, is it?
What is it with all these emails we're getting about heightened security?
C'est quoi ces niaiseries d'artefacts? Toi aussi, t'as eu ce mémo?
Je crois pas, non.
Tu travailles pas sur Ezio Auditore?
Non, je suis sur Aveline.
Ah ouais? Ben moi,
I've already heard this French dialogue before.
d'arrêter mes recherches sur les dernières années d'Ezio.
But not only are they
Pour me
talking about
concentrer
Ezio, but
uniquement
also
sur les
Aveline,
moments où il est en contact
the
avec
protagonist
ces
you play as in
artefacts de
Assassin's
merde.
Creed Liberation.
Quel part-temps.
I've got a feeling that that dialogue that keeps getting interrupted was going to be the one about Erudito, but the time has passed now and that dialogue's not going to play out. But I want to just listen just in case.
You didn't get hacked, did you?
Have you ever actually met this guy, John, the one down in IT?
All right. With these NPCs on this level, I'm definitely going to not worry about trying to get more dialogue. I was hoping for the Erudito dialogue to trigger again, but looks like it's not for these NPCs. So let's actually have a look at messages that our character has received. Oh, it already pointed this out to me before, and I had already read this, but for some reason the game forgot. So we've already read this Evan Dean researching something message. And the diary is the same.
Over here. Are you ready? He's waiting for us. If you need to use the toilet first, make it snappy. Good to go?
Not yet, Melanie. Taking note of any dialogue you might have.
Good to go? Over here. Olivier's waiting on us. Good to go?
Never noticed the carpet in present day before, the patterns on it.
Good to go?
Sorry, Melanie. The main character is admiring the carpet.
Hey, you ready? Hey, you ready? Good to go? Hey, you ready?
Alright, so I think there's no more other different dialogue for Melanie by not moving straight away. We can't go to the wrong floor, unfortunately. It'd be so funny to get dialogue by choosing the wrong floor.
I just watched some of your footage from this week. It's amazing. Blackbeard was mental. And we all got so excited that we started talking about this idea for a trailer about him. Maybe start with him drinking, talking to some pirates, telling a story.
Just want to stop it there for a moment. Which, if you don't press anything at the start of this game, you actually get to see the cinematic that in the universe of Assassin's Creed, Abstergo Entertainment had put together for the entertainment product that they're taking the Edward memories of and the footage that they've recorded in the Animus sessions and edited together for an experience. We get to see that if you just let the game play at the start. I remember there was there's a YouTuber, Fishy is their name. I remember that someone in their comment sections once had commented on the fact that they found a secret hidden cutscene in Black Flag that ended up just being this intro. Now I get it, not everyone would just sit and wait. There's a lot of people that would be just like, oh yeah, load the game up, press this button to enter, fine. So not everyone may have known. So this person that making the comment might not have actually known that it was, not a secret thing. But yeah, that very dialogue that we heard Melanie say just now is referring to what concept they have, but we actually get to see the finished product of that concept in the game itself if you don't press anything at the start. Pretty sure that will turn out to be an excellent trailer. It will be. It'll definitely inspire people, and it'll definitely the best line of that trailer that people will speak about for centuries will be "Hola, ladies." It'll just be like one of the most famous quotes in history.
Then we cut to him leaping across the deck of his boat and, sorry, his ship, not boat, but jumping around the deck of his ship, swinging from ropes and fighting like a devil. I mean, obviously we're gonna have to manipulate some of the existing footage to get it looking good, but it could be great. I'm getting a shiver in my timbers just thinking about it. Sorry. Bonjour, ça va? I hope we're not late.
No, you can go right.
Hi, Melanie. I saw you just walked in. I need a few minutes with you alone. Laetitia is on the phone and we're discussing the Kenway project.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry about this. I'll call you when we're ready.
Shouldn't be long.
Hello? Hello? Do you have a second? Of course you do. Head to the waypoint on your map. I have another job for you. I'd like to link all the cameras in the building to a central monitoring system, but most aren't calibrated correctly. Head to the right of Olivier's office. And if the receptionist complains, act like you're using the toilets.
Let's hear what he says.
If you need to use the toilets, they're just here on the right. Might be a few newspapers lying around too.
Spoke too soon. Let's see where it puts us back if I exit and then go back into it.
Do you have a minute? I'm on my way upstairs. IDV
Good.
wanted
It
to
puts
talk
us
with
this
us
far back.
about putting together a trailer using some of the footage you've been recording this past month. Take your time. I'll meet you by the elevator.
We really should look. Over here. Are you ready? He's waiting for us.
I am ready, Melanie. Are you ready? Why are you waiting? Come on, chop chop. Hurry up.
I just watched some of your footage from this week. It's amazing. Blackbeard was mental. And we all got so excited that we started talking about this idea for a trailer about him. Maybe start with him drinking, talking to some pirates, telling a story. Then, we cut to him leaping across the deck of his boat and... Sorry, his ship, not boat. But jumping around the deck of his ship, swinging from ropes, and fighting like a devil. I mean, obviously we're gonna have to manipulate some of the existing footage to get it looking good, but it could be great. I'm getting a shiver in my timbers just thinking about it. Sorry. Bonjour, ça va? I hope we're not late.
No, you can go right...
Hi, Melanie. I saw you just walked in. I need a few minutes with you alone. Laeticia is on the phone and we're discussing the Kenway project.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry about this. I'll call you when we're ready.
Shouldn't be long.
Hello? Hello? Do you have a second? Of course you do. Head to the waypoint on your map. I have another job for you. I'd like to link all the cameras in the building to a central monitoring system, but most aren't calibrated correctly. Head to the right of Olivier's office. And if the receptionist complains, act like you're using the toilets.
That's not going to be a problem. We'll take care of that.
If you need to use the toilets, they're just here on the right. Might be a few newspapers lying around too.
You have it all under control. You have nothing to worry about. You really think this is the type of behavior he accepts? Oh no, that's not going to be a problem. We'll take care of that.
If you need to use the toilets, they're just here on the right. Might be a few newspapers lying around too.
Now you think I will stand for this? You're wrong. I swear, wrong. You have it all under control. You have nothing to worry about. You really think this is the type of behavior he accepts? Oh no, that's not going to be a problem. We'll take care of that.
If you need to use the toilets, they're just here on the right. Might be a few newspapers lying around too.
Now you think I will stand for this? You're wrong. I swear, wrong.
Alright, so I've also been trying to listen to the conversation that's happening between Olivier and Melanie, and some of it's very hard to make out. There's some gibberish that they talk about that I can't make out because the timing always seems to be that the secretary will say their dialogue at the same time that Melanie and Olivier are talking at the same time. So in conjunction with that and the fact that it's very hard to hear what they're saying, I'm just going to classify that as gibberish. But then Olivier says something along the lines of, if you think I will stand for this, and then the next response from Melanie is, it's all under control, nothing to worry about. And then Olivier says something along the lines of, you really think, and I couldn't make out the rest. And then Melanie responds with, not going to be a problem. So that's all I can make out with their conversation. In a world where pirates rule the waves, these men will discover that nothing is sacred and everyone is committed to rum, plunder, and women. Hola, ladies. This summer, Abstergo Entertainment invites you aboard for the adventure of a lifetime. So sharpen your cutlasses, shine your hooks and sail with the devils of the Caribbean. Thank you so much for redeeming the Arnie impression to say that dialogue. Hola, ladies. I'm the Terminator. That's okay, Senny. Absolutely no worries at all for that. As far as I can tell, that's the only dialogue between Olivier and Melanie at this point. The only other dialogue that the secretary has is to repeat the same thing about if you need to use the toilets, this is where they are. Interesting, though, that the sage of present day, John from IT, hasn't actually said anything else that because we've taken so long, but we'll go this way and then trigger some more dialogue.
If you need to use the toilets, they're just here on the right. Might be a few newspapers lying around too.
Just here on the right. So on my right, just here. Oh, so this is where I go to the toilet, is it? Right here. Okay, so this looks like a new screen of information. Yep, it's new. Devils of the Caribbean. Internal focus group testing for pirate grooming will begin soon in order to identify the most appealing aspects of authentic pirate style. If you are willing to pose as a beard and hair model, please contact your manager to learn how to participate. Likewise, if you have an eye for fashion and appreciation of men's style and wish to participate in the focus group, see your manager for details. Entertainment Market News. Abstergo Entertainment stock jumps on rumors of new projects. The company remains mum on what they are producing, if anything, commenting only, no comment. But sources close to the company confirm that they are, in fact, working on something. What Abstergo Entertainment was working on was a game called Thrill and Scones. And this game is set in 2013 in present day. And to this day, in 2023, Abstergo Entertainment still has not come out with that game.
Another locked door. Not a problem. Voila. You now have level 2 security clearance. Not bad for your first few weeks. Find the camera control station first.
I guess he's not going to say anything. We don't move straight away. Going to pick this up now, but we're not going to worry about reading these sticky notes until I have all of them. So far I've only got note 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16, 17 and 19. Once I get them all, then I'll read them one after the other. Just testing to see if he has any new dialogue if we go the wrong way. Goodbye, cruel adventure game! Forget it. Speaking of Monkey Island references earlier that are actually in the game, I thought I'd throw a Monkey Island reference in the game somewhere that's not actually in the game, but in the fourth Monkey Island game, Escape from Monkey Island, there's a part where if you try and make Guybrush go off the edge, he's like, "Goodbye, cruel adventure game." Forget it, because the game doesn't let you. Because I talked over that dialogue, I need to exit and go back in.
I'll update your communicator.
Zereth, you monkey island like a dairy farmer. How appropriate, there's a three-headed monkey behind you.
Ah, this is an interesting security measure. It looks like you need to find the right combination of numbers to adjust the wave. Easy enough, right? Pick a number selector, then change its value. Once you find the right combination of numbers, you should get access.
Wonder what he says if you exit out. Seemingly nothing. That's okay, Senny. Thank you for leaving the lurk, and I hope that your team wins. Hope that they win well.
Ah, this is an interesting security measure. It looks like you need to find the right combination of numbers to adjust the wave. Easy enough, right? Pick a number selector, then change its value. Once you find the right combination of numbers, you should get access. It works.
And if we want information on assassins or Templars or the Observatory or whatever the fuck else interests us, Olivier, you will deliver it. Full stop.
Uh-huh.
I understand that, Leticia. I'm sorry if that came out wrong. We are not trying to be a bottleneck here, but we just don't have the resources right now to do 2 times the research.
Finding that balance is your priority. Your entertainment products are simply a means to pay the bills for larger and more important work. That's the way the world works. Dirty money buys clean hospitals. You get it?
We're on board, Letitia, rest assured. We have our best employee working on this, but it will take time.
That means you.
Good. And thank you. The both of you. I look forward to seeing what you deliver. Until then, I'll see you at the shareholders meeting, Olivier.
Looking forward to it. Bye-bye. Tabarnak! It's a little too early for that kind of abuse, huh? Come on.
So, what's next?
We do as the lady says. Focus on the observatory.
All right. So Letitia is someone who is one of the higher-ups in Abstergo, and she was talking about how Abstergo Entertainment is basically just one of their many ways of making money, and that money is to go towards other more important projects. And so because they know about the observatory and that there's been mention of it in the memories of Edward, it means that they've bumped up the priority list, actually finding out the rest of whatever Edward might have found out about the observatory and all that kind of stuff. And the shareholders meeting that gets mentioned, Olivier in Watch Dogs is the final convoy that you need to deal with in that game. So for those who have played Watch Dogs 1 but never did all the convoy missions, the final convoy mission has you knock out. If you kill him, you get mission failed. But the game wants you to knock him out. And when you knock him out, the mission will end and you'll succeed at it. In Assassin's Creed Origins on the laptop, you can find a picture of Aiden Pierce, the protagonist of Watch Dogs 1, aiming a gun at the body of someone who is presumably Olivier Garneau getting shot. And so whenever I play Watch Dogs 1 and I do all the convoy missions, I always make sure to shoot the unconscious body of Olivier Garneau after the mission is finished, so I can keep it in line with canon, the fact that Olivier got killed by Aiden Pierce. But yeah, the shareholders meeting that they're referring to is the reason why Olivier goes to Chicago, and is the reason why he's in Watch Dogs 1. But in order to actually get to the mission where you have to deal with him, you have to do all the other convoy missions. That'll be the final one that unlocks at the end. And so right now, the Sage in present day, who's John from IT, he's obviously wanting to get information for the assassins, but he's only pretending that he's doing it for the assassins. What he really wants to do is use someone to actually become the vessel for his long-lost beloved Juno. And so this character that we're playing as is being used as a guinea pig, basically, by John from IT. And he's going to talk to us now about, Assassins, Templars, crazy talk, right? Or something along those lines. But I thought I'd pause it there just to talk about the observatory aspect, but also the reference to Watch Dogs 1 as well, which I quite enjoyed. There's actually a document that I've already read in this playthrough that you unlock in this game that is by Bloom, and they're the company in Watch Dogs. So the reference to Bloom in this was the beginning of them making references to Watch Dogs. But Watch Dogs reciprocates a reference by having Olivier Garneau, and through doing so, it becomes more than just an Easter egg reference. It becomes an actual connection. And in my mind, what's more important to signify whether two games exist in the same universe is what connections are between the two, not what Easter eggs. For example, you might have Super Mario and you might have Metroid. Two separate franchises, right? But in Metroid, you might have a planet that has a red cap with an M on it that you find. Does that mean that Mario exists in the Metroid universe? No. It just means that they're making a reference. However, if in a Mario game they had a image of a prototype for Samus's Varia suit, and then in a Metroid game they have a historical document talking about Mario finding the prototype design for the outfit, then that would be a connection. I'm just making up an example on the spot, but that's what I look for. It's not just referencing that happens between one franchise and another owned by the same company, but what are actual things that one introduces that then gets connected back to in the other. And that's an example of that as well. Jardy, an Easter egg. Yeah, it's definitely an Easter egg as well. But for my mind, Easter eggs are something that, I could put an Easter egg for GTA inside of Mario if I wanted to, or vice versa. Or you could take Red Dead Redemption 2 and do an Easter egg where you find an assassin's hood. It doesn't mean that it's making a connection between the two franchises to say that they're in the same universe, but it is a reference or an Easter egg and stuff like that. But it gets confusing with Assassin's Creed and Watch Dogs because there's a combination of Easter eggs and references, but also connections as well. So it can make it a bit tricky to navigate. And then with Watch Dogs Legion, they confuse matters more because in the DLC for Watch Dogs Legion, where you get to play as an assassin, the character that you play as is actually non-canon. So they don't actually exist in the AC universe. They were just created for the DLC. But at the same time, though, Edward Kenway is mentioned and has a statue dedicated to him. Jacob and Evie Fry are mentioned and have a statue dedicated to them. And so they're making references to other Assassin's Creed characters, but the character that you're playing as is non-canon. And that is really annoying because it means that while it would have been cool to have an assassin in present time and for that assassin to be acknowledged by the Assassin's Creed series as an actual canon assassin, because they're not canon, it's a wasted opportunity. And so it's not really as grand of a sort of like thing as some might have thought it would be, or some might make it out to be. So if you're really someone that wants to experience stories with canon characters, then in that DLC you play as someone who isn't canon. Which, if you end up liking that character, it's a shame, because then you'll probably never ever see them again ever in the actual franchise. I mean, maybe, because to this day, as far as I'm aware, they haven't actually referenced or made any more connections to Darcy, who is the name of the character that you play as in that Assassin's Creed DLC. They still could. So in the future, what I'm actually saying now could actually become false, and that they actually do make them canon. But as far as I'm aware, at the time of saying this, in 2023, that character and their brother as well, because she has a brother that you hear recordings of, they don't actually exist in the Assassin's Creed universe at all. Even though Edward Kenway, Jacob, and Evie Fry all do exist as well. So that just further complicates stuff as well.
Assassins, Templars, crazy talk. I'm curious about this shareholders meeting, though. How about you break into Olivier's office and see if you can find his schedule? Oh, what? You don't like that idea? Well, how about I blow the fucking whistle on you, hacker? I own you. What I mean is, I don't want to ruin your life, so do as I say. Now, step over to the window.
Surprised that we haven't been chastised for going near where we need to for this mission. Alright, still no dialogue for not doing the right thing yet. Just need to check at every single interval while I can. Obviously, once we step on to the scaffold, we can't go back.
Now!
Of course he would say something as I'm talking. That's annoying sometimes when you're someone that cares a lot about dialogue and hearing it for me. It's when you think it's safe to talk because you've waited 2 minutes already, and then finally,
Assassins, Templars,
when
crazy talk.
you're in the middle of talking, that's when they throw a
about this shareholders
dialogue.
meeting, though. How about you break into Olivier's office and see if you can find his schedule? Oh, what? You don't like that idea? Well, how about I blow the fucking whistle on you, hacker? I own you. What I mean is, I don't want to ruin your life, so do as I say. Now, step over to the window. You want me to keep you locked in here forever? Until security finds you? Go to the window. You want me to keep you locked in here forever? Until security finds you? Go to the window. Go to the window. Now!
There we go. That's the dialogue that I was talking over before, but we also got a different one too while I was waiting for that one. You want me to keep you locked in here forever? Etc., etc. I'm only taking note of certain words, not worrying about getting every single word, just as enough so I know that I've already heard it before.
You want me to keep you locked in here forever? Until security finds you? Go to the window. You can't waltz into Olivier's office through the front door, so I've opened another route. Up we go. Did you know that Abstergo was run by Templars? Oh, yes. Sounds like crackpot stuff, I know. But then again, the moon landing was faked, right? So, anything's possible.
Lucinda, thank you for 28 months in a row of subscribing. Good morning to you. Welcome on in. I hope you had a good rest. Thank you so much for that support and all the other support that you've given as well, whether it's just been lurking, chatting, giving me shout outs on your channel and everything like that too, as well as subscribing. Thank you so very much for doing that. It's muchly appreciated. We're just getting some dialogue. I had a couple of ones from John from IT where he yelled at the main character we're playing as, saying, "You want me to keep you locked in here until such and such, and go to the window now," kind of sort of things. We've had some gibberish conversations between Melanie LeMay and Olivier Garneau. I could make out some of it, but not all of it. There was also a bit of dialogue where one of them was talking, but the secretary has dialogue that also happens at the same time. So it made it a bit hard to hear it, but we're having a good time with this game. It's been great to go through it with a fine-tooth comb in this way. Doing well. Necro let you sleep in this morning, a whole 45 minutes. Well, that's awesome that you got to sleep in. That's definitely good that you got 45 minutes. As opposed to just 5 minutes or something. So that's really good. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. I also earlier in this stream discovered a Monkey Island reference I didn't know about. There's the mission where you have to kill the slaver, Lawrence Prinz, and you're at his mansion, and you've got the left side of the building that you can go, or the right side of the building, and you got guards and soldiers on either side. I normally always go the left side. And so if you go the right side, there's some characters talking, and they actually do a whole spiel that's actually referencing Monkey Island, which I never heard before. So I was just so ecstatic to come across another reference. So that now makes 3 references to Monkey Island series that are actually in this. So it's one of those things where when you do a playthrough like this, going outside of the box and not doing what you normally do, it can lead to some really cool things. Yeah, I felt the same way. I was like, you're fucking kidding me. Like, I haven't played this game every year, at least once a year since it came out, because I was waiting for the Xbox One, waiting to get one. But in all the years I've played it, I've never actually come across that dialogue. And I'm like, fucking hell. So on the one hand, it's like, oh, it's taken me so many years to discover it. But now I'm like, yes. Now you'll go right from now on. Exactly. I'll just go that way and be like, yep, another Monkey Island reference. So I was very, very happy about that as well.
All right. Either you walk through that door or throw yourself off the terrace. Those are your options.
Listen, you made good progress in Doom 3 last night. Streamed a total of almost 9 hours across the 2 streams. You've got 4 chapters or areas left, and you average about 4 to 5 a day. So thinking you might do 1 to 2 hours tomorrow morning, then finish up on Monday. That is really good progress and great amount of time too. It's interesting because you get those games where it feels like you should be further along than you are, and then you check and you're like, what? I'm only like, 3 chapters into a 20 chapter story. But then you get those games where you're like, surely I've got heaps of story left. And then you look and you're like, what? There's only 1 mission left? But that's cool. You're making great progress with Doom 3 as well. So based on your experience with Doom 3, do you feel that there would be any like future playthroughs of any of the other games in the series? Like obviously, having played Doom 3 and it being at that level of advancement in the series, I don't blame you for not wanting to go back and do Doom 1 or 2. But do you think that it's like a one and done thing, like you've played it and then I guess maybe you won't exactly know that until you've finished it. But is it sort of like a game where it's like, yeah, it's good that I played a Doom game, but I'm good for any other ones? Or is it one that you're like, yeah, I might, give the other ones that came out later a chance or something? Yeah, it's really a long game for being like 20 years old and linear. Yeah, that's the other thing too, And then you got like how many points you get to that can be difficult, because sometimes you get to a bottleneck. You're a little apprehensive about playing the other games, especially if people say they're even more fast-paced. You felt like this one was good pacing, just long. You don't think you'll go back to the earlier ones. If you get one on a steep discount, you definitely will try it out. That's totally fair. Yeah, you're definitely right. Like, the other Doom games, they're more like, hey, go. And if you just stand still, the enemies are like, ha ha ha, sucker, and then you're already dead. There's a lot of points in like Doom 2016, for example, where there's constant spawns. This is from memory too, I might be wrong. There's constant spawns of demons from a certain source that if you don't destroy the source, demons will just keep on coming out of it. Maybe I'm incorrect because I've only played it once and that was years ago, but there might be some things that sort of like, at the same time though, every time you do brutal kills and you can get like health and ammo out of those as well. So they do kind of put in some rewards that you can get as you go through if you're doing all these kills and stuff. But yeah, with the story of it, they do have cinematics and stuff, but a lot of the background information, you have to actually go into the menu. So they do like a database thing where once you come across a demon, they'll be like, right, if you want to, you can read this, but we're not going to force you to or anything like that. But it's there if you actually want to do that as well. But yeah, that one is definitely faster paced. Doom 64, it does have a lot of moments where it's more sort of like atmospheric, but I don't know if it would be comparable to Doom 3 in terms of like the pacing of it. But yeah, if you do go forward from Doom 3, it'd be interesting to see what you think of the other ones. There's one enemy type that spawn new enemies, and you learn really quickly to kill the spawners first. Oh yeah. There's in the DLC for Assassin's Creed Origins, The Curse of the Pharaohs, there's actually an enemy that will bring back to life the other enemies that you kill, which is very annoying. Listen, the Doom 3 didn't really tell you info about the demons, but audio logs with the story info. That's true, yeah, and definitely taking like a page out of Resident Evil's book there as well. And I think that's quite cool. It's an aspect of, you know, horror games that I think is something that we'll never see go away, and I don't mind, you know, because you don't have to, like, you know, an audio log, even if it starts to play, you can just keep going and not have to worry about it, you know. But yeah, I like horror games where you can get a bit more information about what's going on.
Oh, well done, kiddo. Find his computer. Make it snappy. We're looking for the shareholders' meeting schedule. It's worth a lot of money to us.
Okay, I was actually curious about the dialogue here. In this playthrough, I've already done a mini-game like this before, and when I did, the dialogue from John from IT actually played, and I was curious whether or not it would replay once we got to the point where the story directs you to a computer that has this mini-game on it. But I just got my answer there when the dialogue didn't happen. So if you access one of the computers before this point in the story and do this mini-game, you'll get some dialogue about it from the character John from IT. But then when you actually get to this part of the story and you're forced to hack into this computer, then there won't be that dialogue for this mini-game. But essentially, you have to get across to the other side, and it doesn't matter which pocket on the other side you actually get the glowing ball into, as long as you get it to the other side. And if you mess up, the glowing ball just resets its position at the starting point. Oops. Slightly misjudge a fraction of the pixel from where the red line was positioned. I hate when that happens. Okay, so I'll definitely be covering this. I'll be reading all of this. Lucinda, people were talking about the names of the enemies, and you're like, I don't know, they don't call them anything, just demons. Exactly, yeah. It reminds me of the enemies in Resident Evil. I mean, aside from zombies, of course, but it's interesting when you get to that point in the game where you see that slideshow that actually gives the names for the different creatures that you've been actually fighting against. I know Plant 42 gets mentioned before that point, but it's interesting when games don't. And then those enemies sort of become iconic as well. And then when they do a new entry in a series, people are like, "Oh, I wonder what it's going to look like now. You know, what changes they'll make and things like that." To Melanie LeMay, Karma Neron, Chloe Lesney, Christopher Darby, and Evan Dean, from Olivia Garneau. Date 6th of November 2013, 9:46. Salut! As most of you know, I'll be attending the Chicago shareholders meeting from the 15th to the 17th, and they'll want to see our progress with the Kenway line. The small amount of data we have already gathered is incredible, and we anticipate even more amazing finds in the near future. The events and people we have seen so far make us confident that the complete experience will be one of the most eye-opening explorations of piracy ever seen. It will take quite a bit of work to scrub the data of objectionable and classified material, but we already have some incredibly promising footage. So essentially, Olivier is saying that based on our progress using the memories of Edward Kenway, there's going to be a whole lot of other things that we're going to be able to take advantage of. And we've already gotten some really cool footage for that. This present-day section of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, you can also find something that talks about the animus that one Abstergo employee was using, and all they could actually simulate from the memories was actually audio. But even back then, which was like, I can't remember which decade, but it was definitely before the 2000s, Warren Vidic, who we hear in this game but younger than he is in the first few games in the series, his animus already is able to actually record visual data from that. So they've had an advantage for a while being able to use that data. But as I imagine the evolution of the animus and the simulation, it would be understandable if, even though Warren Vidic was able to get visual footage, I imagine that it might not be as detailed as the animus is later on. You know, so perhaps when Warren Vidic was first using his animus, maybe you could see the faint image of people in the memory. You could hear them talking, but you might just see them as silhouettes or fuzzy shadows or something. And then as the technology was improved, then the clarity of the images probably got a lot better, to the point where it is like the way that we see it as it's being experienced. And they record that stuff. In Assassin's Creed Liberation, that whole game, the meta aspect of it is the fact that in the Assassin's Creed universe, they've used footage that they've gotten of an animus session with Aveline, not with her tech, as in like she used the machine, but a present-day descendant of Aveline was actually able to access her memories, and they used the recordings from those animus sessions to create the entertainment product that they released as Assassin's Creed Liberation in conjunction with Ubisoft. So there's already a precedent set for them using recorded footage from animus sessions as part of their entertainment products. And they want this project, using the footage of Edward Kenway's memories, they want it to be a big, massive blockbuster experience kind of thing. At the same time, Abstergo Entertainment will soon be announcing a closed beta for our new Consumer Cloud Interface app, sexy name forthcoming. Edward Kenway's Virtual Pirate Experience will be the first complete product on offer, and the first of its kind anywhere, an immersive, interactive pirate experience drawn from actual historical data. Internal tests of our Consumer Cloud app have been encouraging, and we anticipate it will be ready in time for the next holiday season if everything goes according to plan. So that Consumer Cloud Interface app, that is essentially what assassin recruits and initiates are basically using to access memories. So the character that you play as in Assassin's Creed Unity, they're using the Consumer Cloud Interface app to actually access those memories of Arno. And this is foreshadowing that. So this leads us to a broader question. What other experiences would we like to offer? What other historical periods and locations can we explore? Judging by our current rate of data retrieval, our capacity to produce, and our understanding of consumption trends, executives at Abstergo Industries have given me the goal of producing one complete virtual experience per annum. In addition to smaller offerings, as our research allows, this includes books, recordings, films, and any other transmedia offerings. And in this present-day section, we can already find novels. And those novels are actually real novels that exist in real life that were written. The name Oliver Bowden, I thought it was the actual name of an author. But then I found out later that it's actually just a pseudonym that multiple writers have been able to use while writing novelizations for the Assassin's Creed series as well. But since then, they've also had people use their own name as well, not the pseudonym, to write novels. Listen, the reading these always felt like reading internal Ubisoft emails about the AC series. Exactly, Lucinda. You know, it definitely has that feel, and the comparison with the virtual experience per annum, matching Ubisoft having an experience every year. A second related question is this: does Sample 17 contain enough compelling data to sustain our current commitment to it, or should we make a request to Abstergo Industries for additional archived data? Remember that data from Sample 1 proved fruitful enough to create our Liberation product? It is very likely that research into Samples 2 through 16 would bear surprising fruits as well. So they say Sample 1, and Abstergo Entertainment, they refer to the subjects as samples. So Sample 1 was the person that they subscribed that to, who experienced the memories of Aveline. And they used that footage they recorded in those anima sessions for the Assassin's Creed Liberation game. And Desmond Miles is known as Sample 17 because he was Subject 17 when he was at Abstergo. When he was captured by Abstergo, I should say. Not at Abstergo as in he was with them, as in on their side, but when he was actually held captive there. They referred to him as Subject 17 as well. And then at the end, Olivier's thoughts. Well, I'm going to take a drink for a second to give my voice a bit of a rest, and then I'll read what's left. Alright, so Melanie then sent a response. Hello all. Thanks for opening the discussion, Olivier. Just a brief heads up with where we stand now. I've been the Sample 17 project director for just over a year now, and my team and I have been able to cobble together a rough list of the most interesting time periods available to us through this single genetic sample. Remember, this is data that has already been fully or partially sequenced by Abstergo Industries. I'll try to be brief. The patrilineal line, 15th century Italian Renaissance, 16th century Ottoman Empire, 18th century American colonies / war for independence, 19th century New England and American Midwest. Matrilineal line, 12th century Holy Land / Crusades, 13th century Egypt and Northern Africa, 14th century Ashikaga Shogunate in Japan, 18th century French Revolution, 19th century Napoleonic Wars in Taiwan, 20th century Summer of Love, American Pacific Coast. So some of these actually are about previous Assassin's Creed games. Some of these are about future Assassin's Creed games. So 15th century Italian Renaissance and the Ottoman Empire cover Ezio Auditore's time. Holy Land and the Crusades represents the time of Altair. Now here's where it gets a bit tricky with the 13th century Egypt and Northern Africa. So this does not mean that Bayek is actually related to Desmond, because the character of Bayek wasn't even in existence yet. They hadn't come up with a story for Origins yet. But this still is valid because they could have well and truly gotten DNA. Like, they well and truly could create from Desmond's DNA, and they could find in his DNA someone who actually, you know, lived in Egypt or whatnot. So that still is plausible. But in terms of specifics, it's not Bayek that, if you look back at this game through the lens of Origins, is not Bayek that they're actually talking about here. Because the sample that is being used by Layla of Bayek actually literally comes from Bayek's corpse. And so it's nothing to do with Desmond. Now, the French Revolution, there's nothing that is to suggest that it's not the memories that are taken from Desmond's DNA that are related to Arno. But I think it's very different to Bayek when you look back at this document through the lens of Origins. So if you look back at this document through the lens of Unity, I think it's an either-or situation. Either Arno is related to Desmond, and the memories that are being experienced are from Desmond's DNA, or Arno just so happens to be a character that is in France during the time of the French Revolution as well. But looking at the French Revolution, you could definitely say, yeah, they're pointing to Arno as well. But they can just as easily be pointing to any time during the French Revolution as well. Just the same with Egypt and Northern Africa. And the same with Japan. Now, the game that's set in Japan, Assassin's Creed Red, which is coming out next year, supposedly, by the same team who did Odyssey. So it'll be a massive open world, dialogue choice heavy, multiple endings, most likely kind of game. Who knows whether or not that'll be memories being experienced based on Desmond's DNA. But these are things that are sort of like pointing towards where they would go in the series. However, we haven't got a game that is set during the Summer of Love, which, you know, might be on the cards at some point. You never know with this series. What's interesting too is that patrilineal line and matrilineal line. So the 15th century, 16th century, 18th and 19th century, all those are males in Desmond's bloodline that actually, you know, they've taken memories of. So essentially, Connor and Ezio are on Desmond's mother's side of things. Hang on. No, sorry, that's the other way. Scratch that, I'm getting it wrong. Patrilineal is yeah, hang on. Sorry, I'm messing up. Yeah, so Ezio and Connor are from Desmond's father's side of the family. Whereas the matrilineal line is from Desmond's mother's side. And if you think about Assassin's Creed 2, when Desmond has the bleeding effect memory / dream / hallucination of Altair running through the streets of Acre and chasing after Maria, it shows Altair and Maria after they've made love, and Altair does a leap of faith off the tower and leaves Maria there, and the camera zooms in on her womb and then transitions out of that. So that means that Altair is on the mother's side of stuff. So yeah, I think that's how that works, going in that direction. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not a whatever profession covers that stuff. But yeah, the matrilineal is the female side, and the patrilineal is the male side. So it's interesting that they mention these things. So they're references, of course, to games that actually had already been made at this point, and also foreshadowing some games that would be made after this point, but not necessarily for all instances saying that those characters are related to Desmond. So it's less likely, and it's 0 and less likely that Bayek is related to Desmond, because we literally know that the DNA that's being used to access his memories and origins is actually from his dead body. It's not from this sample. So Bayek isn't related to Desmond, but Desmond did have someone who was related to him who lived in Egypt and Northern Africa, as well as someone who lived in Japan, as well as someone who lived in the French Revolution. It's just that it's more plausible that it is Arno that is related to Desmond than it is that Bayek is. Hello there, Jonas. Welcome on in. I hope it's going well. Hey there, John Lim. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining as well. This one is the PlayStation 5, but it's the PS4 version of the game. Melanie goes on to say, obviously, this is just a small sample of the potential options. The number of ancestors any one person has is well above 30,000 after just 15 generations, so there could be many more surprises waiting for us within Sample 17. However, despite Sample 17's rich heritage, we should not limit ourselves to this alone if we have concrete leads elsewhere. For instance, quite a few men from all sides of my family fought in both world wars, and I even have a great-great-grandfather who fought in the American Civil War. Managed to meet President Lincoln a few times too. Going this route is a little more costly and time-consuming since the data has not already been sequenced, but it could be rewarding in the long run. In short, if anyone has any confirmed connections to interesting historical events, periods or cities, or knows of people who do, please share. I will also be reviewing the past 3 decades of samples collected and sequenced by Abstergo Industries. I recently learned that one of their samples, number 2, I believe, participated in the trial of Jeanne d'Arc, so there's a nice lead right there. There was an NPC that we heard earlier who actually mentioned that they discovered information in the database about Joan of Arc, and when they loaded it up, security was at their desk, pronto, basically chastising them for breaking security protocols, and they might be fired because of it. Melanie LeMay, Project Coordinator, Sample 17. So there we have some images of certain characters. That first one, I don't know exactly who they're referencing, but Joan of Arc is definitely in the middle picture, and someone who represents the French Revolution is in the third image as well. In Assassin's Creed 2, I think it is, when you do the Subject 16 puzzles, there's actually something about Joan of Arc that gets mentioned there too, as well. And that, of course, that image there, well, I'll scroll down till all 3 of those horizontal pictures are together. So the top horizontal picture is during World War, I don't know if it's 1 or 2, but either one of those. And then you have something that is from, I think from memory, we see that in Assassin's Creed 2 in the cinematic trailer when Ezio is running after his target. But I could be wrong though. But I think that's what that image is taken from. And then this third one is in Egypt, obviously, with the pyramids there. And I don't know originally what the character might have been before it was settled, because sometimes characters might not be given a name until later in writing the story as well. So I don't know how much story they'd already written by then, because this came out in 2013, and by then I imagine that they were already working on on Origins. The team behind this did Origins afterwards, and so that would give them enough years to get Origins sorted. Okay, so then we have a message from Olivier Garneau in response to that. All good points, Mel. A word of caution, though. Sample 2 comes from the late Dr. Warren Vidic himself, collected at some point in the early 80s when he was a young engineer working at Abstergo Industries. So as tempting as a Jeanne d'Arc experience sounds, I'm not sure Abstergo Industries would be too keen on letting us rummage around in Dr. Vidic's DNA. It's just a sensitive topic. For my own part, I'm related to Francois Xavier Garneau, noted Quebecois historian and poet. Exciting, right? A possible lead? One additional caveat. Let's avoid digging into any modern periods, i.e. 20th century, unless we find something incredibly compelling. Because as fun as World War II setting might sound, we'd do well to avoid any settings with vehicles, cars, motorcycles, helicopters, tanks, etc. Why, you may ask? Because our research has shown that memory imprinting in individuals is actually hampered by the semi-catatonic state most people enter when driving for medium and long periods of time, and this makes data retrieval somewhat more difficult. In short, we don't want to go through the effort of coding extra animus features just for the sake of digging up memories of people driving around in cars. There are other and more efficient ways to experience that. Yes, but here's a counter-argument. What if the memories that we were playing were of someone who in World War II was working for the French resistance and was an assassin as well, and was sabotaging tanks and vehicles that the Nazis had? It's not all about, you know, people who might be the driver of something. You know what I mean? So there's a bit of a flaw in Olivier's arguing there that they shouldn't do anything with driving, because who says that they have to experience memories of someone? Like, they might have to do it themselves to see what other memories they could experience of a particular person, but like they do with the footage they get with the Animus sessions, they can edit around those moments where they were driving a vehicle if they wanted to. You know what I mean? This one is from Chloe Lesney, who's part of the whole conversation. Olivier, haha, Quebec City is beautiful, but without pirates, ninjas, or zombies, I'm not sure how well a story about a historian would sell. Also, keep in mind, samples 4 and 16 might be off limits too. While doing my own research last month, I caught wind of some exciting characters buried in these gene samples, but as soon as I started digging, I was told by people far, far above me to stop. Very odd, but not surprising, I suppose. AE has a lot of active military contracts, and I assume these had something to do with that. I didn't push back. As far as my own, if anyone is interested, my great-grandfather was friends with Hemingway and Stein and Satie and Picasso when he lived in Paris in the 1920s. No action-packed adventures there, but historically interesting. Just throwing it out there. P.S. Chris, is our lunch meeting on-site or off? Pirates, ninjas, or zombies? So they will address the concept of zombies in the next part of the email that I'm going to be reading. But just to talk about that for a moment. When we think of zombies, we generally think of undead, flesh-eating, shambling, sometimes running, depending on what you're looking at, who, if you did that in an Assassin's Creed game, it would obviously be just some kind of like external, separate from the universe kind of thing that you would do. It'd be like if you did a fighting game, a one-on-one fighting game of Assassin's Creed. You know, you wouldn't necessarily have it be canon, but it would just be something that is straight up not related to anything in the series, so that you can have situations where Ezio's fighting Altair in combat or something. But yeah, usually when we think of zombies, that's what people normally think about. However, there are also zombies in Voodoo, and they are essentially people who are still human, but they are basically mind-controlled, or they're under the influence to be more able to be controlled by other people. And so there is that kind of zombie. So you could do something about that, but I wouldn't expect them to make a whole Assassin's Creed game out of it. But yeah, if they were going to do zombies, they would do that kind, not the kind. And then Olivier says, yes, as much as I love The Lost Generation, I think our first few virtual experiences will need to be a little more action-oriented. So wars and major combat operations are always a good starting point, or any periods of intense conflict really. As for pirates, ninjas, and zombies, we could easily accommodate the first two, but zombies are a bit, how do you say, ahistorical? Too bad, really. From Christopher Darby, my great-grandmother, for instance, worked alongside Eamon de Valera and Michael Collins for many years during the Irish War for Independence, so it wouldn't be difficult to sequence that small segment of my own genetic memories for our purposes. Olivier, actually there is a factual basis for zombies, or zombification anyway. Read Hurston's book on Haiti and the strange voodoo practice there. It may not be Hollywood-style zombie magic, but it's creepy nonetheless. In Liberation, Aveline came into contact with voodoo Hunguns. If we dug further into that, I wonder what we could find. Her mentor Agate was into some weird stuff. Before I did this phase, to take a break from Black Flag, I actually did a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Liberation. And so Agate was a mentor to Aveline. He wasn't necessarily completely stable, to say the least. To say more would take a bit of talking, but this character is right, that Aveline does come into contact with voodoo Hunguns, and that kind of zombie is what they could do. KL Offsite, there's a new vegetarian place I want to try. I'll bring the spec sheets, they're already printed. Just check how much is left to read. Okay, so not too much left. I'll just take another drink and then I'll continue reading on. Okay, so Karma Neron added to the conversation, sorry to be a dissenter, but couldn't we be using this technology to educate, not placate? I mean, theoretically, we have all of human history to explore, all of our achievements and brightest moments. So it's a little disheartening to hear we need to focus on wars and conflicts and violence. It's not that I am against violence per se, it's just that violence isn't terribly interesting in bulk. That's all. There's so much more nuance to life, and I think we could explore that. So what if we found the memories of someone who worked with Albert Einstein in his patent office, or Charles Darwin on the Beagle, or Marie Curie in France, moments where humans showed their very best potential? Now this character brings up something that would be interesting for the AC series to explore. I was just thinking now, and I've read this in the past before, but I only just thought of it now. Imagine, if you will, a Assassin's Creed game that is still canon to the series overall, but it's like a side game, and in it we actually experience the memories of someone who worked with someone who worked with someone famous, right? And change the style of game that it is, make it actually a game that might be like an exploration adventure game. You know what I mean? Like something like Disco Elysium, which I played recently. Something like that, you know, and have that as like a side game set in the same universe, but focusing on something different, where it would be more like an RPG, but an adventure one, and not, you know, not like an action RPG. There's probably other examples of games that could be used, but I just had a thought that maybe they could do Assassin's Creed side games that are of a very different kind of gaming genre that they normally do, but have it be the focus of certain historical figures that Abstergo or the assassins are actually experiencing the memories of. Kenway, it's not that I'm against violence. Yeah, so essentially they're saying that they're not against violence, meaning that's not the reason that they are saying, hey, we should do something different. They follow that up with their reasoning as to why they still, like, why they want to do that as well. So someone might say, I'm not against violence per se, but if someone killed someone else and the punishment was for them to die, I wouldn't be against them getting killed as retribution, you know. But in this context, this character is like, it's not that I'm against violence per se, but there is more to things than just violence. And maybe we can focus on those things as well. And then Evan Dean is like, okay, come on. Until oily, humorless university professors start paying us 8-figure fees to research the reification of normative gender signifiers in pre-colonial India, why don't we stick to shit that sells? I'm talking Jack the Ripper in Victorian London. I'm talking about guillotines, Robespierre, and Napoleon Bonaparte in the French Revolution. I'm talking about Billy the Kid and Wyatt Earp in the wild American West. I'm talking about Genghis Khan and the Mongols killing a city of millions in the span of a long summer weekend. Action, blood, adventure, conflict. Jack the Ripper ended up being a DLC that you play in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and it is definitely the best DLC for that game that came out. I would have to say, though, that I don't know whether or not I would enjoy the DLC of Syndicate, that is the Dreadful Crimes DLC, where you actually solve murder mysteries. But at least in far as the DLC, Jack the Ripper DLC, as well as the other one with The Last Maharaja, the Jack the Ripper DLC is definitely better. And Robespierre, of course, and Napoleon are characters that we meet in Assassin's Creed Unity. Robespierre being one of the targets, and Elise gives him an extra wide smile by shooting him in the mouth. So they've covered that. They haven't covered Billy the Kid and Wyatt Earp in the wild American West. And the thing about that is, like, in terms of video games, when someone mentions, or if I was to say to you, World War II, guns and shooting, what game might come to mind first when that's mentioned? If I say playing as a cowboy going around shooting up stuff, what would be a game that people would think of? Now, whatever game you think of, just because Assassin's Creed might want to cover that time period does not by default make it a copy and paste of that game. So, for example, you could do an Assassin's Creed game set in World War II. Does it have to be Call of Duty style? No, it doesn't have to be a first-person shooter. You know, you could give the player the option when using a gun to go into first-person mode, but you could still do an Assassin's Creed game set in World War I or II and still make it feel like an Assassin's Creed game. You could still do an Assassin's Creed game during the era of the Wild West, and it wouldn't just be a copy of Red Dead Redemption. You could also do something different as well. So I think when you actually think about it, there are ways in which to cover these time periods in Assassin's Creed. It just depends on how you go about it, what you make the focus, who is the character that you're playing as. In a game set in World War II, for example, I wouldn't have you play a character that is only going to be in shootouts. You know what I mean? There would be a character that also has a function where they investigate things. So you could bring back the murder mysteries and have certain things that you can solve to get to the bottom of that can be beneficial for the assassin's cause against the Nazis, for example, you know, in World War II. And running into a high security area of a Nazi compound, waving your gun around in an Assassin's Creed game would not be a wise decision. You could do it, but the game could heavily punish you for doing so, i.e. one shot and you're dead kind of deal. You know what I mean? Now, I know some people will be like, oh, that would fucking suck. One shot and you're dead. But when you think about it, if there's 15 enemies in the area looking at you and they all have guns, you're not walking out of there alive unless there's some miracle that happens and you manage to survive. You know what I mean? You're going to be dead. So I think in an Assassin's Creed game set during World War II, you would have to heavily punish the player for going into a combat situation. If you had two enemies that you were dealing with and you were in a shootout with them, as long as they weren't able to bring in more reinforcements, because this is the thing, right? Assassin's Creed Chronicles Russia, it actually has that mechanic. There's actually a radio that they communicate with, and that can be used against you, you know. in a World War II set game in Assassin's Creed, you would have missions where it is your objective to infiltrate a tank factory, for example, that the Nazis have. And it's your job to set explosives on all the tanks that are there. And then once you've actually escaped the building, detonate it. You know, things like that. I'm sure there might not be specific examples of that actually happening in real life. So maybe that particular example would have to be completely and entirely fictional. But my point is, you can approach an Assassin's Creed game set in World War II without, oh, it's just Call of Duty. You don't have to do it that way. Like, it's how you do it that's more important. You know what I mean? It's not the setting that dictates that it has to be one way. You know what I mean? And when you think about it in real life, it's not like all of the fighting was out in the open either. There was definitely espionage and surveillance going on, and spies and all this kind of stuff. So I really am one of those fans of Assassin's Creed that I'm sorry, I'm against. Well, not against. That's too strong of a word, because that makes it seem like I'm extremely immovable, or that I'm being overly aggressive. Whenever someone says you can't do an Assassin's Creed game set in World War II because it'll just be Call of Duty, I can't agree. There are ways to make it that it won't be like that. They just have to make those decisions if they're doing that game. And the Wild West, for example, obviously, if you take the outfit into consideration, an assassin in broad daylight walking down the street wearing the assassin outfit, of course they're going to be fucking noticed, right? Like, if you look at all the media that covers the Wild West, I mean, I haven't watched every Western movie. I haven't, played every Western game, but I doubt that people going around wearing hoods in the way that the assassins would was actually a thing. So I get it if people are like, you can't do an Assassin's Creed game in the Wild West. What about the clothing and the outfits? How come, they'd know you're an assassin. But here's a way around that. If you want to have a game set in that Wild West era, what you do is this. You have it that the character is an assassin, but they only wear the outfit at night. Now that might sound limiting, as in, oh, you mean only at night? So that means that I can't just wear it during the day? Yes, you could wear it during the day in that time period, but it would severely affect your stealth. Almost instant detection if you did it in broad daylight. Or maybe not instant, but easier detection. You know what I mean? The enemies are more able to see you from a further distance away and think of you as suspicious. Things like that. But that's why you would still include the time changing thing. So if you wanted to go around the Wild West era exploring in the assassin outfit, and you didn't want to be hassled at every turn by enemies, then you could make it nighttime outside of a mission, so you could then do that. Or make it that you can choose whether or not your mission is in daytime at all, and then create pros and cons for the player based on their decision. So there might be some things that during the day are better to do than during the nighttime, and vice versa. But it's up to you as the player to decide if you're willing to take the risks or not that are involved. So if you had the character be able to change into different outfits, you could have the assassin infiltrate a gang by killing a gang member, stealing their clothes in story, and then for gameplay from that point on, your assassin could switch into outfits, because it wouldn't be the first time they've done that. In terms of having personas, I mean. Assassin's Creed Liberation did it. Aveline is an assassin through and through, but she can also change into 2 other outfits that are very specific and have pros and cons. So I think for a game, Assassin's Creed game set during the Wild West era, you would most likely need to bring that gameplay element back, but also keep the ability to change the time of day if the player wants to. And if you wear the assassin outfit during the day in the Wild West era set game, you are going to be noticed way quicker than the enemy, by the enemy, than if you were wearing just a civilian's outfit or if you were wearing a fellow law officer's outfit. You know what I mean? So there are ways that you could do an Assassin's Creed game set in the Wild West. You just have to change the way that you think and conceptualize of what a video game set during the Wild West has to be to actually make it fit as well. It might not be for everyone, which is understandable, and it doesn't have to be like a massive 20-hour game either. And when I say this, it could also be, or could also have been, a Chronicles game, but not in the same graphical style. Because I don't think that if they continued the Chronicles series of games that they should just stick to the same graphical style. But it would have been cool to get more Assassin's Creed games covering different time periods and characters with a shorter game overall using the Chronicles title, but not keeping the gameplay the same. So, for example, if you wanted a third-person Assassin's Creed game that was a Chronicles game, then that would be cool. And have it be about, hey, how about we have it be about Yusuf from Assassin's Creed Revelations? How about we have it be about Elise from Assassin's Creed Unity? How about we have it be about Claudia Auditore? You know, her life as an assassin. And as an aside, I would love it if she was actually the assassin that took over as Ezio once Ezio retires at the end of Revelations to be the head of the assassins in Italy. I think that would be really cool. But yeah, doing more Chronicles games, but not sticking strictly to just making them the 2.5D games that they were, because I know those types of games aren't for everyone, so I wouldn't expect them to do that same style for more Chronicles games. But I just really feel that that could have been an offshoot series that covered characters that we, number one, might have met but never played as before. People that we have met but they weren't very prominent. People that we had met and they were in the story a lot but we never got to play as them. Or even characters that we've already played as but we get to play as again as well. You know, so I really feel that the Chronicles title could have continued on, and then they could have covered a World War II set game, a Wild West set game, a game that's set during like World War One. You know, these types of time periods, because then they could do these as real small scale games using the Chronicles title, but in 3D instead, and allowing us to have these experiences as well. So that's something that I wish they did. The chances of them doing that is 0, but that's one of the things that I think would have been cool. So getting back to this document, this character is talking about Jack the Ripper in London, which happened in the Jack the Ripper DLC, Robespierre and Napoleon, which is in Assassin's Creed Unity during the French Revolution, Billy the Kid and Wyatt Earp in the Wild American West. They haven't done that as a game. Genghis Khan and the Mongols killing a city of millions in the span of a long summer weekend. There is a Khan that they actually covered in Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, but that was a different one. But I can't remember his first name, though. It wasn't Genghis Khan, though. I think it was it Altan or something? I don't know why I thought of that. But anyway, I'll catch up on chat. Sorry about the long sort of spiel. But yeah, I do feel that you can do a World War I or II era set game in the series without it being, oh, it's just Call of Duty. Or a Wild West game, oh, how are you going to do that? You know, they're assassins, they're going to stand out a mile. It's just how you approach it and how you do it. It's possible, it's just how you do it. Kenway, you missed this before, lol. Stick to shit that sells. Yeah, that was quite funny how he's like that. He thought, we don't need all this stuff. The shit that sells is what we want. Genghis Khan was a sick monster. He would tell people he wouldn't harm civilians if the king surrendered, and he went on to slaughter them even if they surrendered. That actually makes me think of Cesare Borgia, or at least how he's depicted in Brotherhood to be. I could definitely see Cesare doing something like that too, as well. But yeah, that kind of thing, you know, it's like, yeah. Look behind you, a 3-headed assassin. Hey there, Zereth. Welcome back. Thanks for the Arnie impression as well. Could you imagine Arnold in Monkey Island? In fact, I could even take the Monkey Island, the original version, without the dialogue that they did, without the spoken dialogue, and just do Arnold as Guybrush Threepwood going through the game. Dean goes on to say, because we're not going to earn back 1/10 of the money we have poured into this, reliving the memories of the guy who sat next to Einstein as he bit his nails while working out the finer details of general relativity in his head. For fuck's sake, man, this is a business, not a group therapy session. From Olivier to everyone else. Evan, let's take this offline. Olivier Garneau. Evan. Now, Evan is a character that... Oh, there'll be dialogue before I cover that. But anyway, that's the confidential subject. RE potential time periods. Just need to make note in my notepad that I've already covered that present day aspect. Alright, so I can add this to my list. Confidential subject. RE potential time periods.
You sneaky bastard. A pirate through and through, ain't you? Now, get down to the lobby. There's a courier waiting. Yeah, that's right. I've been planning this for a few hours. Now, wait. The receptionist. Hold on. I'll try something.
Hello, there's a point of present. What do you mean? I thought I got rid of all those pictures. They're where?
As gullible as ever.
To this day, I still do not know what the secretary is actually saying in full. There's words that I can detect that are spoken in English, of course, but I can't make them out exactly. And also, she says something in French, but I can't remember. And then she says, "It's still there?" And then she's like, "Oh, oh," and then runs off. That's all I actually know to this day. So I would love it if someone in the future at some point actually can make that out. I'd love to actually know what exactly gets said there, because it's been one of those things that for a few playthroughs now I've been like, it'd be so good to know the exact audio that's happening there. And I've got the music turned off. In this part of the Abstergo entertainment building, there's actually music that is playing. And so even with the music turned off, because I tested it in a future playthrough, even with the music turned off, you can't 100% make out what the secretary is saying completely. And I would love to know what they actually say. Well, it's still fresh in my memory. That Evan Dean character where Olivier was like, "Evan, let's take this, offline." His outburst at the other, employees about, the time periods, stick to shit that sells, all that kind of stuff. If you go into your messages, there's one from Evan Dean where he says, "Welcome aboard." I've already read it, but he essentially says, "Welcome aboard. Hope you're fun. Last guy was a little dull and well. Just kidding. See you around." This Evan Dean researching something, it puts an exclamation mark next to it, but I've already read it earlier. But This is another Evan email where he's like, message where he's like, essentially he's a little jealous because the main character we're playing as is able to work on something that the other dude, Evan, is like, you know, is it hush hush, top secret kind of thing. So with these two messages from Evan and also his outburst, I wonder how the other employees actually feel about Evan. Because if he's saying that the last guy was a little dull, right? And I just thought of Red Dead Redemption 2, that dude in the Lenny mission that is parroting what Lenny and Arthur is saying. And he says that they're just dull. You know, what a bunch of dullards. I just thought of that then. Anyway, we can surmise from this that the last guy might have just got sick of Evan's shit. And Evan interpreted that as him being dull or something, you know. So it's interesting if you look at the email from Evan Dean and then the two messages that he sent. I may as well cover these as well. Security team, security warning. Due to the recent data leak, new security measures will be instated. Please remember to follow all guidelines concerning your communicator, cubicle, and as always, honor and respect your DNA, your NDA. Just need to make note of that. So I know in future that I've already read it. That's a security warning. Support team, window cleaners. Attention, throughout the week, window cleaners will be active outside the building on all floors. Please take care to maintain the confidentiality of your research and report any anomalous behavior to security or a manager. Support team, recent departures. A number of colleagues have recently accepted voluntary separation packages or transfers to other subsidiaries of Abstergo Industries. Please wish a warm goodbye to Sari Yong, Scout Smester, and Chloe Lesney. Bon voyage. So Chloe Lesney is someone that our main character in this has actually gotten a message from, and was also in that email that we read. Her message was, "Hi there, welcome to the team. We should have lunch sometime once you're settled." Alright, so here's another message from Evan Dean. What we know. Ever noticed the weird vibe in this place? I'm serious, it's not all sushi and lattes. I think we had to leave our old office because it was haunted. No, seriously though, why does a company that's only 2 years old have the resources for an office this size? Not to mention the aquarium elevator? That's some sensible spending right there. For those who can't detect sarcasm, he's being sarcastic there. But there is an aquarium elevator that they have. There's even an octopus that you can see. When you actually exit the elevator on the bottom floor, to your right, if you look down in the water, you can actually see an octopus. So we have another message from Evan, who is basically, you know, complaining about stuff. Okay, so John from IT, communicator updated, computer access. Hey there, I tweaked your communicator a bit. You can now take a peek around the building using the security system's cameras. Be sensible with this incredible new power. So make note, I've already read that now. Okay. Now I want to wait just a bit longer to see if there's any more dialogue from him if we don't move straight away. Let's go the wrong way on purpose. See what he says.
Now, hurry down to the lobby before I remotely detonate your earpiece. Don't even think about ratting me out. My tracks are covered. Yours ain't.
May as well do this too while I see it. Alright, my voice, if I was to read all of this, would be completely wrecked before I even did. So I'm actually going to leave this until another stream to actually cover. I'm not ending the stream right now, but I'm just saying I'm not going to worry about reading this. This is actually from the journals of Edward James Kenway, and in the Assassin's Creed novelization of Black Flag, this is essentially what we're actually reading from. Some excerpts from that novelization by Oliver Bowden. So it covers chapter 3. So as you can see, there's a lot of text there. So I'm going to leave it for the start of the next stream because my voice will be fresher at the start of the stream. So yeah, chapter 3. And it covers all of some very important stuff, like it covers Edward's meeting with his future wife, Caroline, and all that kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do is read this in the next stream, but I need to make a note for myself just to remember that I need to cover this. Okay, so I need to read that in the next stream.
Where the hell are you going? Get down to the lobby. Go to the lobby. Now.
No, not now. I still need to get dialogue for going the wrong way. Something I want to do in this playthrough is go back and keep checking.
Where the hell are you going? Get down to the lobby.
We've already heard that line, so that's good for me to talk over it. I'm going to keep double checking this to see if there's any changes that happen from this point in the present day story onwards.
Go to the lobby. Now.
Alright, so that's the only dialogue he's saying if we don't go where we need to go straight away.
hell are you going? Get down to the lobby.
Just wanted to have that play so it doesn't overlap any other dialogue. Let's see what happens if we go in the wrong floor. Shit, I went to the right floor. I thought I was choosing the Subject 17 floor. It's probably too late to get it to put me there again, but oh well. He probably will just say the same things he's been saying by going the wrong way anyway.
You sneaky bastard. A pirate through and through.
Oh good, it
Now,
set me back here.
Get down to the lobby. There's a courier waiting. Yeah, that's right. I've been planning this for a few hours. Now, wait. The receptionist. Hold on. I'll try something.
No, there's a bonus present. What do you mean then? I thought I got rid of all those pictures. They're where? Oh my God.
As gullible as ever. Now, hurry down to the lobby before I remotely detonate your earpiece.
Does it remember, just want to double check, does it remember that I've already... Stick it notes. Oh good, it did.
Don't even think about ratting me out. My tracks are covered. Yours ain't.
Oh, it takes us there even if we choose the wrong floor. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. The way that it just transitioned made me think that it was automatically wanting us to go to the lobby and that no matter which one you selected, it would take you to the lobby.
That's scary.
Go to the lobby. Now.
Why?
Where the hell are you going? Get down to the lobby.
Alright, so his dialogue, if you don't go where you need to go, is the same, regardless of whether or not...
They checked mine 3 times between the parking garage and my desk.
I wish I could say this was illegal, but they actually have a legal right to do this.
I've already covered that dialogue.
Did you, like the allongé? I practiced.
I think you pulled it a little too long.
Oh, come on. It's not encrypted code, for God's sakes. It's just a bloody coffee.
Kenway, it's just coffee, Rebecca, leave me alone. Maestro stand. I still to this day find it so funny and amusing that all Sean does when infiltrating Abstergo Entertainment is dye his hair, but still uses his first name. Rebecca still uses his first name when referring to him, and Sean still uses Rebecca's first name when talking to her, and they're both inside of Abstergo Entertainment. 2 assassins that Abstergo would want to kill, would want to actually kill if they knew that they were there, and yet they're just here. Not even changing, like in Sean's case, not even changing his appearance that much, just dyeing his hair. And Rebecca only changing what kinds of clothes that she's wearing. I mean, Sean is too, as well. But it's so funny that Abstergo Entertainment... I mean, yeah, these are Abstergo employees, so they're not going to necessarily know that Sean and Rebecca are actually assassins and that they're targets. But you would think that someone higher up in Abstergo, who isn't even on location in the Abstergo Entertainment building, would still have access to the security feeds that this building has, you know, and be able to actually check and see. And if they saw, because obviously, you know, I mean, there's no cameras here in this foyer, I suppose, and they're only going there. But yeah, I just find it amusing that they still go by their first names. Lucinda, do Sean and Rebecca make any more appearances in AC once you get to Odyssey? Yeah, as Kenway says, in Valhalla. Yeah. There's actually an audio book called Assassin's Creed Gold, and Sean's actually a character in it. And Denny Wallace, who plays Sean in all the AC games that he appears in, actually did the voice for Sean in that audiobook as well. Lucinda, maybe they're in permanent blending mode. Yeah, they're using some form of AR technology to mask themselves. Yeah, I thought that was cool too, Lucinda, that he even did the role in that. Because, you know, sometimes they just get someone else if it's not like what the actor has prominently done their character in. But it's cool that, I mean, number one, it's cool that they approached him with it and said, hey, we've got this audio book, we'd like you to be the one who actually, you know, we'd like you to be in it and have you actually play the character. But he actually said yes as well. But yeah, that's so cool.
Oh, hooray! It's our old friend.
Hey there, I just got a call about picking up another transfer.
Oh? You said you were here to see me.
Yes, that is one of the perks. Let's see it. A conference in Chicago. Very nice. Thanks for this. We'll be in touch.
Ciao, Rebecca. Text me.
Stuff it, Hastings.
Check mine.
Well done, friend. Very well done. Apologies for my temper tantrum there. You are with the good guys, I promise. We'll keep you safe. Trust me. Go on back to work. We'll be in touch.
Again, Rebecca's programmed to exit, but you can't.
Front this morning? Security guys?
Yeah, just like Ryder.
But you can't go beyond this point yourself, though. Last time she went around to the left after going through. Let's see where Rebecca's programmed to go this time. Yep, same path. Around and to the left, where we can't go past. I wonder, because I know there's that YouTube channel where someone actually uses tools to go beyond the parts in the game where you can't access as the character to actually see where characters have been placed. For example, in Red Dead Redemption 2, they used that to try and see where Hosea and Abigail are in the Blackwater heist that happens later in the game. To see where they were put in the game. Hey there, the Percenter. You've seen the Freedom Cry DLC on sale for around €3.50. It's advertised as being 3+ hours of gameplay. You're tempted. In the same sale, there is also the full game of Mad Max 2015 for £3. It seems to have overwhelmingly positive reviews. Yeah, Freedom Cry, it's definitely worth it. If you really like the character of Adewale, and you were curious what he got up to after the events of Black Flag, he's in Rogue, but much older. But in Freedom Cry, it's set a certain amount of years after Black Flag, but before Assassin's Creed Rogue. And they don't have memory sequences in it. There's just one big memory sequence with individual memories. There's the naval battles. You can still do that. No sea shanties, though. Just want to say that up front, which is unfortunate. It would have been cool if there were sea shanties. There's not even any new sea shanties that were made specifically for Freedom Cry as well. But yeah, it plays exactly like the main game, so there's no worries about that. But yeah, especially for that price, like you would definitely get about 3 or more hours, especially too if you want to get everything done and get all the optional objectives done, but also explore everywhere and get all the locations finished. You can definitely get a lot out of it. The Mad Max game, I played through that. Unfortunately, I was doing all the challenges in the game, and there's 2 challenges that are tied to the servers that they actually shut down. Apparently on PC there's a way to get or download a save file that someone made where they've already gotten those things. But as far as consoles are concerned with Mad Max, with that game, there'll be 2 challenges that you can't get, which means there's 1 or 2 achievements that you won't be able to get, or trophies, depending on which, your PlayStation or Xbox. But yeah, I thought that was really, really unfortunate. They should have just made those unlock automatically at the start for future players if they're going to shut down the thing. But the game was interesting. It has a lot, like, it felt this way when I did it because I did most of the side stuff first, but it felt like the main campaign was shorter than the amount of content that's side content. But then again, if you're playing the story as you go through, it might be a bit more challenging because I also got a lot of upgrades and stuff like that. But if you like vehicle combat in games, it's got some great vehicle combat in Mad Max as well. But they're good prices though for those. So yeah, if you don't end up liking them, at least you're not paying a heap of money.
That's all you ever see at my desk.
Unfortunately, Sean before never said anything. If you stand near him.
She's been on vacation.
Take last week, sticking my nose where I shouldn't have.
What happened?
We really should look into that security company from Chicago. They know what they're doing.
Minutes after loading it up, security was at my desk.
Security company from Chicago is referencing Bloom from Watch Dogs. I've already covered that before, but just for people who might not have been in that stream when I mentioned it, that's another reference to Watch Dogs that's in this game from 2013. Came out a year before Watch Dogs 1 did. And Watch Dogs references back Black Flag by having Olivier Garneau actually be in Watch Dogs. He's not part of the main narrative, and if you don't do all the side content, you won't come across him, but if you do all the naval convoys, the final naval convoy you unlock... Not naval convoy, what am I saying? When you unlock the final convoy, you have to deal with Olivier Garneau from Black Flag. So that's when they actually made it, that the 2 games are in the same universe.
Poking around the servers, I found a small bit of sequence data on Joan of Arc. Minutes after loading it up, security was at my desk.
It's just that group, they like to,
Like to what?
Nothing.
Alright, no other dialogue from them. It's just like that group.
What is it with all these emails we're getting about heightened security restrictions? Did something happen?
You didn't hear about the hacker?
Erudito?
No, the hacker here at Abstergo. Who's Erudito?
It's just that group, they like to,
Like to what?
Nothing.
Finally, I was able to actually get that conversation about Erudito from NPCs without missing the actual start of it. So Erudito is a hacking group that in Assassin's Creed Liberation are part of the present day aspect. And Erudito, what they've done in Liberation is, because the Liberation game is playable on the cloud, they were able to actually hack into the cloud that hosts the game and actually hack in. And what they do is events that you see as the player in the game aren't always the exact thing that happened. So you get to do what's called a Citizen E mission, and there's someone within the simulation of the game that you can kill, and that unlocks a cutscene that shows you the truth of a cutscene that you've already seen, and shows you more stuff, and here's different stuff. So Erudito is what they're referring to there, the hacker group of the AC series. And as far as I know, there hasn't been a Watch Dogs story or an Assassin's Creed story that has had both Erudito and DedSec, who is the hacker group in the Watch Dogs games, collaborate on something or even be against each other maybe. That'd be quite funny if Erudito hacking group was for the Assassins, yet the DedSec hacking group was against Erudito. That would be ironic. Okay, new message. Which is this? M.O. Boudreau. Okay, so I need to make note that I'm reading this one. M.O. Boudreau. Party like it's 1984. I was just out for a walk around the atrium, and I got to ask, have you noticed all the cameras in this place? Why do they need to watch us so closely? We're making games, for crying out loud, not weapons or something. What's your take on all this? This is something that points to one of my criticisms of the present-day story in this game. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot about it that I do like, but it's related to the character that you're playing as. It would have been good, at the very least, when you had a situation like this, to be able to respond to certain characters about stuff. So it would be good if the main character could have actually communicated to M.O. Boudreau and say what their take was on the whole thing. You know, this is an extra thing. But yeah, this character that we're playing as, for those who might not have seen the game from the start, you don't know their name, you don't hear their voice, you don't see their face. They aren't given a name, so none of the characters refer to them by a name, and there's no text documents that have their name in it. So we literally know nothing about the character that we're playing as. The reason being, obviously, for gameplay reasons and immersion reasons combined, they wanted you to feel like you were the person. So they want you to think and feel like you are the Abstergo Entertainment employee that has been hired and is actually doing what you're doing in this game. The information and all that kind of stuff that you can unlock in this present day is really cool and all. I really like that stuff. But yeah, I do feel that this present day story isn't as strong as it could have been, even when you take into consideration that they didn't really know where to go with this afterwards. At the very least, they should have had some details you could find out about the main character, or at the very least have you able to respond to certain messages that other characters gave you.
Non, je ne travaillerai pas là-bas pour tout l'or du monde.
Because there's some things that I want to cover in present day, like the excerpt of Assassin's Creed Black Flag's novelization that we can read. I want to leave that till the next stream, and it'll be good to get that done at the top of that stream. So I think this will be where I will actually end the stream and the playthrough. Recently I started doing separate streams to make the VODs a bit shorter, but there were so many moving parts to this stream that I wanted to just stick with the one stream session. Overall, though, this is still in the testing phase. I might decide next year to not worry about doing that. But I thought I would try to see if doing shorter streams and then separating the streams, from day to day, as in do a 3-hour stream and then take a break, then start a new stream and do another 3 hours, in the with the mindset of making them shorter. And here's the balance, right? Like, for people who are watching something live, they might prefer to have the streamer just keep streaming one block and not actually stop to then start again, and that's understandable as well. Then you've got the other side of things where it's like people watching the VOD might not want to sit and watch an 8-hour video. People on YouTube who are watching the VODs being exported might not want to sit down and watch an 8-hour video. And so it's getting that balance right. So I'm just in the testing phase with this, just to see how things land with either aspect and all that kind of stuff. But this stream is an exception in the recent ones where I've just gone on in one big chunk. So that's why this stream is so long. It's about 6 hours and 54 minutes, so we're almost 7 hours into this. Let's go to the main menu, and I'll do my outro stuff. And in the main story, we're up to the part where the pirates get landlocked to Nassau, which means I can't fast travel anywhere. And so that's another reason why I wanted to not go back into the Animus, is because I'd be locked into that, and I'd rather get this present day stuff that I've unlocked and that I will unlock in tomorrow's stream to actually be at the start of the stream. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream that you'll see from me will be this game again, and if you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Sunday for me in Australia. At the moment, the Monday and Tuesday game is Assassin's Creed Odyssey, doing a torch challenge. Wednesday and Thursday still need to figure out what game that will be for those 2 days. Friday, I finished my most recent Tomb Raider playthrough, which was bow only and no upgrades / skills combined. But I haven't decided what the next Tomb Raider game or playthrough will be yet. So it's just to be determined. But I put Tomb Raider game to be determined so that people still know that that's the day that a Tomb Raider stream will happen. It's just at this point I don't yet know which Tomb Raider game it will be. As opposed to Wednesday and Thursday where it's just to be determined, meaning any game at all. Don't know what game will actually be Wednesday and Thursday yet. And then, of course, on Saturdays and Sundays at the moment is Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Zera, thank you for the stream. Plot twist, the VODs are actually watched by Templars. Oh no, dude. Damn. Thanks for the heads up. No worries at all for the stream, Zereth. And same to you as well, Senny and Lucinda. No worries at all for the stream. See you later, Kenway. Thank you all for being here, for watching, for chatting, for lurking. Thank you to everyone who's been lurking as well. Really appreciate it. Going to give some shout outs and then we're going to go and raid out. I'm going to go and raid out I'm in a Bear Suit. He's done a few streams lately and I haven't been able to check them out. So I want to see how he's doing with The Last of Us Part 1. See what he's up to with that. And it's been a while since I raided him too. He's another great streamer and he likes to do challenge playthroughs. Sometimes he does speed runs of the Dark Souls series. And he also does challenge runs like permadeath runs and stuff like that with games like Last of Us as well. So that's who we're going to go and raid out to. Just want to give some shout outs before we do. Whoops. Misspelled his name again. Uh-huh. Now I know what I did wrong. There we go. That's better. Zereth, why did that link me? That's because I didn't get Amateur Tech's username correct. So I just put mine there instead in what game I was playing. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is playing Doom 3. That's her secondary game at the moment. She's alternating between weeks and doing Doom 3 1 week as the secondary game, and then in the other week she's doing Assassin's Creed streams and alternating between the two. So next week she'll be jumping back to Assassin's Creed to continue her Assassin's Creed Odyssey playthrough. And we'll also be doing playthroughs of Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Mirage as well. Also highly recommend checking out Crocodiles. He's playing Cyberpunk 2077, getting closer and closer to finishing that game. And he's also a massive Assassin's Creed fan. He's doing a series run where he's playing without the HUD, no fast travel allowed, and he has limited looks at the map that he can do per game. So he's doing a very unique immersion-based or focused playthrough of all the main entries in the series. So he's a big, massive Assassin's Creed fan. Highly recommend checking out Amateur Tech as well. He's been playing through the Tomb Raider series, currently on Tomb Raider Chronicles. He'll also be doing the other games in that series, Angel of Darkness, Tomb Raider Anniversary, Legend, Underworld, Tomb Raider 2013, the reboot, and then its sequels, Rise of the Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Carbon is playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag. He's also played through Assassin's Creed 3 before that one, and he's also a streamer of Pokemon, but he also streams doing programming and game creation as well. And also highly recommend checking out Mr. Gote. He does Mortal Kombat 11. He's also a fan of other game series, especially horror games like the Outlast games, as well as the games by Supermassive. So Until Dawn, the Dark Pictures series, and The Quarry. So yeah, highly recommend all those streamers. And thanks everyone for watching. No problemo for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. And same to you as well, Crooked. No worries for the shout out, Senny. Here's a raid message that people can feel free to use. Here's a raid message for followers that has some free follower emotes added. And I'm going to put in chat a raid message for subscribers to use with some subscriber emotes included. And let's kick off in the raid to I'm in a bear suit. Oh, I forgot that he doesn't do raids. No worries at all. So what I'll do in that case is give him a shout out. There we go. So that's the URL for I'm in a Bear Suit's Twitch channel. And I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. Really appreciate it. The next stream you'll see from me will be this again. And if you see me streaming this again, you know it's become Sunday. The start of the stream, at the top of it, will be focused on reading things that I haven't covered yet in present day, but also unlocking some more present day stuff and going from there. Thanks everyone for watching, and catch you next time.